progress.
This meeting is being recorded.
Yeah. Jenny. Yeah.
Recording in progress.
Or that you just visualize, imagine, and imagine, pile up all the marvelous things of the world. That's all, the contents of the world, the things that make people happy, all the objects of the senses, basically. Pile them all up in your mind and have this thought to offer to the Buddha as a request for the teachings. That's the purpose. It's very meaningful. When you go to visit a friend, you don't go empty-handed. When you go to a cafe and offer a coffee, you don't go empty-handed. You offer something. This is the thought here. So imagine the Buddha's giving the teachings. I mean, you know, I don't mean I'm the Buddha, I mean just imagine that. That's we offer to the Buddha as a request for the teachings. So if you know what page to go on? Tell the people the page.
Page 16 in the prayer book.
Sajipaki Juishimetor Chamadira Nidegen Padi Sange Jindu Midewai Rukunandajinga Chepashoy Idamgu.
You don't ask the teacher to turn the wheel? You've got to turn the wheel.
Sorry.
I request the turning of the wheel.
So that's on the next page,
It's on the same
18,
page, right
second.
there, next to it, underneath, yeah, that's right. Underneath the inner mandala. Let's do the inner mandala as well. Lama Yeshe would always get us to do this inner mandala. It's from Bhajayogini practice, and it's so sweet. From the very beginning, he'd get us to do this. As you can see, the word, say it in English, Carrie, it's really good. Say it in English.
Say in English, yeah.
The inner mandala.
That's on page 19, first paragraph. The objects of my attachment, aversion, and ignorance, friends, enemies, and strangers, and my body, wealth, and enjoyments, without any sense of loss, I offer this collection. Please accept it with pleasure and bless me with freedom from the three voices. And then the request to turn the wheel of Dharma, back on page 18, second paragraph. Jetsun la la
And when we say this little mantra, we visualize Buddha happily receives our offering.
Idam Guru Namandala
So now the next one, I will leave this one, and that's simply this little prayer to request, no, it's taking refuge, so that on page 20. Before this, right? Yeah, right. So the first two lines are reminding ourselves of our reliance on the Buddha and his Dharma. That's the first one, for those of us already feel Buddhists. And the second two lines are expressing this altruistic motivation, this purpose, this reason for being together to listen to these teachings. Also, we're thinking we're going to listen to these teachings to take some from it to help us develop our amazing potential so we can finally help others all the way to leading into enlightenment. So thinking like that as we sing this. Sangye charam soke chonamra chanshu varunagni kyaksuchi dahi chanyen gibe sonanki drola peche sangye drupasho sangye charam soke chonamra chanshu varunagni kyaksuchi dahi chanyen gibe sonanki drola peche sangye drupasho Sangye charam soke chonamra chanchul varunagni kyaksuchi dahi chanyen gibe sonanki drola peche sangye drupasho. All right. What are you going to sing then? Okay. All right. Good. Thank you. Good. Okay. So, attachment or love? I mean, this really gets us to the gets us to the exact center, the exact heart of what Buddhist practice is. It almost seems too simple because when we learned the Lama Yeshe, and I first went to my first teaching, Lama Yeshe, you know, something like June 1976 in the Chenrezig Institute, the first center, I think, of Lama Yeshe that was over outside of Asia. And I remember, you know, finally I realized I was at 31, 32, going through my path in life, finding what I wanted, and finally I knew this was it, but it was utterly confusing. I mean, I could not understand. I heard the words, which I gave 1 month intensive Lama Yeshe course. I heard the words, but I couldn't make head or tail of it. Is that Australian? Must be. Head or tail. We use the same in English, don't we? Yeah. With the penny. Yeah. That's right, when you throw the something, you do the thing, head or tail. Couldn't make any sense of it. I sat there, I didn't go, I knew I belonged there, but it was such a struggle. These concepts, I didn't know what am I supposed to do with all this, because we don't know. We're not used to this way of packaging. But over the years, as you know, to try to study it and practice it, you start to get the kind of the essential psychological approach of it all, you know. And that's why the Lama is so amazing when we begin to understand it properly. It's presenting all the teachings that we need to internalize as a Buddhist, if we choose to, in the order of your capacity, like any body of knowledge. We really get that. You don't suddenly launch into physics before you learn 1 + 1 is 2. It's sort of obvious. Every body of knowledge that we know very well in our culture, you start with the early stuff, you go to the more advanced, and you go to the most advanced, and then you graduate. That exactly is what the Lama is, but it really takes time, you know. So we know very well, for example, in the first level of teaching, we learn all about karma. And then you can ask somebody who's been maybe studying for 20 years, where does karma fit in the Lama? And if you don't know, it shows we haven't internalized it, you know. It really does take its time to see the implication of it psychologically for your own internal development. That's the final point of it. It's like an internal map. So the first level, so-called first scope, as we know very well. You know, the essence of the first scope is the final point, the culmination of it, which is abide by the laws of karma. And everything before that, you know, a teacher who wrote the initial text and then Tsongkhapa, they're trying to prime our minds to want to begin to practice. So where we actually begin to practice is when you start to abide by the laws of karma. But before that, you have to think about death and impermanence to wake you up and not want to waste your life. Then you think about all the likely suffering when you die. So you got this energy to want to start to practice. Then you take refuge and then you start to practice. So the essence of the first scope, the lower scope as they call it, which is observed very respectfully, honoring the lineage, would say, are the practices and teachings suitable to the disciple of the least capability. And that's a mouthful, isn't it? But I always like to use that simple concept of junior school, high school, university. It works for our mind. Maybe it's a bit cliche, but it tells us instantly. If you hear teachings and practices suitable for the student of the capability of the lowest least capability, I say, what? You can't get it. We say junior school. I get it now. It's something immediate. That concept is clear to us. Now then you start to practice there, but actually, where you really start to be uniquely a Buddhist is when you get to the middle scope. So the essence of the middle scope, the essence, high school, is where you start to work on your mind. This is the unique component of the Buddhist teachings. In other words, karma is the law of cause and effect, and basically it's where he presents ethics. Well, good ethics is common to a good communist, a good Hindu, a good Australian Aboriginal, a good Christian. That's not unique. Maybe Buddha's you is unique, but fundamentally it's good ethics. Don't harm others. Be a nice person. Control your body, control your speech. And this in Buddhism has huge meaning. Because you can't control your mind, you can control your body and speech. That's so evident, but we just don't hear that. When you become a Buddhist, having control of your body and speech to whatever degree, to that degree you can now begin to really see your mind. And that's where you actually become a Buddhist. That's where you actually become a Buddhist. That's where you actually apply the unique approach of the Buddha, which is understanding the mind. So Buddha actually, I say these words purposely, using ordinary, Western terms. He's a brilliant psychologist. And that is not meant to mean that you squeeze Buddha into this narrow view of what we think psychology is. Better than put all psychologists into the big picture. And within the big picture, Buddha's your best. He's the top one. I'll say that, in my opinion. Well, who might, but I'm saying it. Because the mind is the point. The mind runs the universe for the Buddha. The mind is what creates karma. The mind is what creates suffering. The mind is what creates happiness. And even the mind is what creates universes. This is outrageous concept. But this you begin to learn when you understand karma and in the mind. This is the nuts and bolts of all the teachings of the Buddha that you have to apply yourself. So using this other analogy I use endlessly, a bird needs 2 wings, wisdom and compassion. So the wisdom wing is all the nuts and bolts of the junior school and high school, low scope and middle scope. And if you graduated there, if you graduated in high school, you'd be on the Hinayana path, on the Theravada path. You would then control your body and speech, abide by the laws of karma. You get some concentration. You then realize emptiness, and you get the hell out of here and won't come back. But we're on the Mahayana path, so we have the compassion wing as well. So we don't graduate there, even if we could. We go on to the university level. Now we start to cultivate bodhicitta. You continue to work on your mind. That's never different. There's a different emphasis there. And then once you've got bodhicitta, you do your final stages of practice. You go from life to life to life, becoming a Buddha in the practice of 6 perfections. That's then you become a Buddha. So it's very logical, all of this. But to get the essence of it, if you read, these 2,000-page commentaries, you think, where's the heart of it? What's all this about? So it needs a lot of thinking and clarity and practicing over the years to begin to make sense of it all, So the essence of the lower scope is control your body and speech, control your behavior. This, as Rinpoche calls, he says the slaves of the mind, servants of the mind, your body and speech. This is tremendous, and we often don't get this level because it just seems too weird at the West to control your body and speech. What for? I'm allowed to do what I like, we say. I'm allowed to say what I like, we say. And we mean by that, we think nothing has there's no cause and effect. It's just kind of set in stone, But once we start to understand karma, how everything we think and do and say programs us, turns us into the person we become. That's essentially what it means. We are the boss. As His Holiness calls it, self-creation. We don't need creating. We create ourselves. So that's the essence of karma when you get it. Slowly start to recognize if you control your body and speech first. That's so logical. Because, the fist going into your nose is obviously driven by my anger, not by my love. So I've got to control the anger finally, but I've got to control first its servants, which is the speech. Look at us with our speech, people. We can spend the whole weekend on this and we won't get tired of it, I promise. It's so delicious, so rich. What comes out the mouth is driven by what's in the mind. What we do with our body is driven by what's in the mind. But we have such a concrete sense of this big lump of concrete me. We don't think body, speech, mind. We just think me. We don't break it down like that. It is profound when you look at it. To begin to control our body and speech. So that's the essence of the karmic one. Karma, so then you start to live in vows. And of course, vows are only about body and speech. Vows aren't about the mind. Vows are about behavior. The first level of vows, for example, when you abide by the laws of karma, the vows are the layperson's vows or the monk and nun vows. They're the vows that enable you, they're like the instructions that enable you to control your body and control your speech. Well, as soon as we hear the word vow, we have a panic attack, like someone's sitting on top of us, squashing us. This is already a tremendous level of practice. When you think about it, I often use this example and we really analyze it, it's very clear. To learn anything at all, you have to take some vows. And all a vow means, like, when you learn to drive a car, you don't think of it this way, but you probably, if you start to write down all the things that you vow not to do in order to drive a car, there would be hundreds of things. You don't turn the wheel left if you want to turn right. You don't put the foot on the brake at the same time as the accelerator. Think of the meaning of that. You learn that. So in a sense, in your mind, you're thinking, I mustn't do this, I mustn't do that. And then you internalize it and eventually it becomes natural. You program yourself. So we're always taking vows. We never think of it like that. So when you learn to be a cook, you learn so many things you shouldn't do and should do. Hundreds, and you're happy to learn them. You don't feel like you're being squashed by the cook in the sky who's going to punish you if you're naughty. You learn so you can become a better cook. So what are you doing here? Why are you deciding to not kill, not steal, not lie? In other words, why are you deciding to not use your body and speech to harm others? Because that will produce a nice person. The purpose of vows is to turn you into a marvelous person. This is the point. We don't hear it like this. We're all neurotic and think of punishment and reward and God in the sky and all this, blame, punishment mode. We impose all that. The Buddhists might sound like that, especially Tibetans. They all sound like 10th century, fundamentalists when they talk. You read Pavoka, you're shaking your shoes. But we analyze the meaning. There's no punisher and rewarder in Buddhism. There's no creator. We are the boss. We are the boss. So you learn so the extent to which you can do junior school, abide by the laws of karma, don't kill, don't steal, don't lie, live in vows, which is just totally stupendous. We'll talk about this. And then do your purification practice every day. These are the major tools to help us really do the job of getting to the next level when we now are able to start to see our mind. This is the miracle. And then to unpack and unravel the seeming chaos in there in order to mold our mind into the shape of the person we want to become. As long as it says we can mold our mind into any shape we like. And this is the miracle, because we know we can change our bodies. We're good at that in the modern world. But we do not know we can change our mind. That's the revelation in Buddhism. And all of this first level, junior school, high school, who is the beneficiary, the direct beneficiary of this? We are. This is what we miss in the West. We just hear it as punishment and reward. Or we hear, I've got to stop killing for the sake of others. The first level of practice, when we realize this, is really profound. What's behind Buddha's instructions in junior school and high school, the beneficiary of those instructions is us, me, I, the person. You are the direct beneficiary, because Buddha's saying, don't kill. Why? Well, ask Jesus, why? And he'll give you the reason. And this is a powerful difference. Jesus says, don't kill, same as Buddha. But the Jesus' reason is because God said so, because God's the boss, God's the creator. And that's logical. So you create a sin, or you do a negative action, and it's defined by its being, not doing what God said. Buddha is not like that. He is not a boss. He is not a creator. But he will also tell you not to kill, and you ask him why. Well, first, he defines a negative action, a heavy one, the heaviest level, as one that harms another. That's not rocket science. That's evident. But this is the point. The reason behind his suggestion we don't kill, that we don't harm others? Because we're being a petal, sweetie pie, because you will sow a seed in your mind that will program you to keep killing, that will cause you to be killed in the future, that will cause you to have environmental karmic results, and will cause you to be born in a suffering realm. In other words, don't kill Robina because you don't want future suffering. We miss this in the West because we think, oh, that sounds too narrow. Until we get this, we will never be able to move on. So the reason to not kill, not steal, not lie, which are actions that harm others, is because I don't want future suffering. You have to have that. You have to be up to your ears in suffering and be sick of suffering. You've got to be fed up with suffering. That's what I mean by renunciation. And until you see it that way, until you're sick of your own garbage, you're sick of your own pain, and you're sick of the suffering that will come in the future, so therefore you start to put your body and speech together, and you stop killing and stop stealing and stop lying. For your benefit. It's like self-compassion. And then, of course, you get the point. Buddha doesn't say don't eat 5 cakes. Cakes don't care. Humans do. So, of course, you get the point as Buddha, as you keep talking about don't kill, don't steal, don't lie. You understand you've got to control your body and speech in relation to everything. Because you will get harmed if you eat, stuff yourself with 6 cakes every day. Or vomit out angry thoughts every day. Even if no one hears it. You can be in your room on your own raging. You're the only person who suffers. But we don't even think that. Because we go, oh, I'm allowed to say what I want. Well, I mean, we're really demented. It's like saying, I'm allowed to stab myself. Yep, you are. But look at the consequences. We're so disconnected to ourselves, we have this sense of entitlement, and I'm allowed to be angry. I'm allowed to shout and yell. I'm allowed to say what I want. It's like saying I'm allowed to put, to sow lots of weeds in my garden. Yeah, you are. It's your garden, babe, but look at the results. This takes us a while, because we have the sense that no one else, that I didn't ask to get born, that, someone else made me, God made me, mommy made me, daddy made me, I'm this innocent victim. So we have this entitlement, this self-pity. Sounds a bit mean to say that. Lama Yeshe used to call ego self-pity. The self-pity me, he'd say. It's hard to hear that. But when we become familiar with our minds, we're going to hear that voice. So the beneficiary, the direct beneficiary of living in Julius law, the direct beneficiary of abiding by the laws of karma is oneself. But as Lama Yeshe says, the rats and cockroaches will have a party, could you leave them in peace? They're the indirect beneficiary. This is a crucial point to understand psychologically. We don't get this, we don't really understand Buddhist teachings. We've got it all wrong, it's coming from guilt or something. Then you have enthusiasm for controlling your body and speech, not guilt, because you're sick of suffering. I'm sick of suffering. It's like kindness to yourself. Therefore, I'm going to control my body and speech. I'm going to live in vows, behave nicely, purify, do a few prostrations, say some mantras, purify my body, purify my speech. You are the beneficiary. And the extent to which we do that is the extent to which we can then start to go deep into the mind. The more you control your body and speech, the more you purify, you're priming yourself to now do the real job of becoming a Buddhist, becoming your own therapist, as Lama beautifully puts it. All this is wisdom. You are the beneficiary of the work on the wisdom wheel. We're not discussing other sentient beings. We're not discussing helping them yet. We're merely refraining from harming them. Get out of their way. Mind your own business. Work on yourself. See your own garbage, your own pain, your own suffering, and be sick of it out of kindness to yourself. Not guilt. Guilt is one of our worst crimes against ourselves. Guilt is anger turned inwards. And guilt also, we'll go into this more later. I'll try not to get too off on the wrong track. But guilt is really related to the deepest level of attachment, which we'll get to, which is attachment to being loved, attachment to being approved of, attachment to being a good girl. When you're guilty, it's like you've just, you've got in your head, you've got internalized mummy, internalized daddy, internalized grandma, internalized God, internalized government, internalized police, and you do something naughty like break the cup when you wash the dishes, and all these voices are shouting at you, and they say, oh, I'm a bad person. Because you realize that you're going to get disapproved of. Which is why if they don't see you do it, you think, oh, I got away with it, I didn't get seen. This is like infantile. This is how we are. We're babies, emotionally. We're grow up. Take responsibility. So you broke a cup. It's okay. Fix it. Fix your mind. It's okay. Break another one. It's okay. It's only a cup. And you quit the guilt. You stop the guilt right there. We let it fester. And then we go mad. We'll go into this later. So attachment to love, what's that mean? Like we talked last night, it was so clear, that person's question, just the person in front here, last night. Because we have a different definition. This is why it's vital, absolutely fundamentally necessary to have at least the basic ideas of the Buddhist view of the mind. If we don't have that, we are completely lost in his instructions. And I think until we start studying the mind properly, studying the text called Lorig, for example, which is the technical information about the mind, which is amazingly, fascinatingly delicious. Until we have even a basic understanding of that, we won't know how to work on our mind. We won't know how to be a Buddhist. Because the Buddhist view of the mind is radically different from the materialist model. Radically, in many ways. But it really takes us time to hear it. So like I said last night, and I always love to remind this, I say it repeatedly, but it's so delicious as a basis for all this. When we look at the word Buddha, the end result of all this, what you graduate as from all this hard work, as a Buddha, Sangye in Tibetan, the etymology of this word is so delicious. It's good to remember this repeatedly. So the end result of all this hard work is you become a Buddha. Buddha implies the utter eradication, complete eradication, the irreversible eradication of all so-called delusions, afflictions, misconceptions, disturbing emotions, all these synonyms. Ignorance, attachment, anger, jealousy, low self-esteem. We can say half a dozen, or we can say 1,000. Buddha talks about 84,000. And they're all subsumed to 3. There's 3. Ignorance, attachment, anger. I'm going to these. Buddha has found, so what's incredible, so what's ingenious about the Buddha, he has found from the deepest internal work of his own, not external, not putting microscopes in the brain, but from microscope on his own mind, is unpacked and unraveled, deconstructed the chaos of the eons old misconceptions in the mind, the disturbing emotions and misconceptions. Unpack and unravel this seeming utter chaos that's completely programmed in us instinctively to the point of as if it's the utter absolute truth. So it's incredibly sophisticated work that we have to do, that Buddha did, this genius person. He went through this amazing Indian system, got as far as he could go. They'd found systems, they'd found methods to get rid of the suffering of suffering. They'd found methods to get rid of the suffering of change. They hadn't found methods to get rid of the suffering or pervasive suffering. And the Buddha found that. That's why he diverged in his own direction. Or as His Holiness says, was these Indians, more than 3,000 years ago, who were the ones who began the investigation into the nature of self. And that's exactly the point which Buddha diverged at, from his own direct experiential findings about the ultimate nature of self, emptiness, in other words. That's when he diverged, why we have now Buddhism. So the work we've got to get you to get to that point is the middle scope, look into the suffering of change, which is caused by attachment, to understand deeply and clearly, first intellectually and then experientially, our own mind. And these Indians, before the Buddha, they came up with this model. They discovered it internally, not by looking at brains. This is why the system is so outrageously brilliant. Before the Buddha, these genius Indians already. We don't trust the mind in the West. It's like the lowest on the totem pole, isn't it, psychology? It's the hard sciences we think are serious and important and valid. But the Buddha's expertise is the mind, the exact opposite. The exact opposite, the mind. So Buddha implies the eradication of all this nonsense. Utter, completely, irreversibly. That's nirvana, a cessation of suffering and its causes. That's the wisdom wing. But now you've got the compassion wing. Duh. You can develop to perfection the rest of the mind. Love, compassion, wisdom, kindness, intelligence, joy, all these things. That's what is found to be true. That's the simple word, the etymology of that word, Buddha. That's what you graduate as. So it's so obvious, hearing that word, that's sort of the Lama said in passing. When I first heard Lamas ever said, I grabbed hold of it. I think that's amazing, because it implies the methodology. It implies the methodology. So if someone has found it's totally possible to get rid of all weeds and develop all the flowers perfectly, well, the obvious first job is you better know what a weed is and what a flower is. It's kind of obvious, it's kind of duh, So this is our job. We have to distinguish between the neuroses in the mind and the virtues. But so that sounds easy. Technically, it's not complicated as a concept. But why is it such a hard job to do? There's various reasons, various things that conspire against us doing this job. Many things, and there's all views in the mind too. The first one, and I think we see this in our models of the mind in neuroscience, we give equal status to these different states of mind, don't we? Love, compassion, anger, jealousy, all the words we use, all Greek words. Every time we have a fancy thing, you call it Greek. Paranoia, schizophrenia, psychopathy, bipolar. Look at them, all Greek. We love Greek when it comes to plants or maybe plants are Latin. But mental illness is all Greek. I don't know why. Good qualities aren't. They're just called love and compassion, So fascinating to me. Anyway, I always make that stupid comment. But it's interesting. So we give equal status as valid parts of a valid person. Some attachment, some anger, some fear, some self-centeredness, some love, kindness, compassion, intelligence. There's no view, think of this, there's no view in modern psychology or neuroscience that suggests that you can get rid of one lot of them. That's like cutting a person in half and you only have half a person. That's how deeply ingrained our views are about these states of mind. So Buddha's so different. We can't even hear it initially. It just seems wacky. It's shocking to hear it initially. Well, you think you'd be half a person. So everything, all our psychology, all the neuroscience are built on the assumption that you've got anger, you've got kindness, you've got jealousy, and you kind of work a little bit, sure, hopefully have less of the neuroses. That's our wish. There's nothing wrong, it's great. But the idea that you can get rid of them utterly, that does not exist. It sounds like fantasy to us. It sounds like absurd, in fact. So that all that shows is how deeply ingrained the assumption that anger is normal, anger is natural, and so natural that you'd be weird if you didn't have it. So this is why it takes time to process what we're saying. This already is the first major hindrance in our minds. The assumption that anger is normal, therefore I'd be weird if I didn't have it. That anger is normal, fear is normal. It's shocking to hear that you can get rid of it utterly. We have to really, really, really look carefully at what we think a person really is then, if that's the case. This is Buddha's finding. He did the job himself. He presents his findings. He presents the methodology of how we can achieve it if we want to. And we can't begin to understand emptiness if we can't do this. We can't begin to really get bodhicitta if we can't do this. This is a fact. That's why this is in high school. Compassion is in university. Tantra is postgraduate. You can't do any of that properly until you understand properly the Buddhist fields of mind. So, for example, Tantra, we talk about it as a way of utilizing the delusions, isn't it? Well, how in the name of heaven, in God in heaven, or whoever you want to talk about, can we possibly utilize something if you don't know what it is? Come on, people. What's attachment? Oh, I don't know. I sort of know what it is. I don't know. Well, you can't use it, baby, if you don't know what it is. You don't even know how to define it. We vaguely think it's like getting excited about chocolate cake or something. As Lama Yeshe says, I can tell you about attachment for one whole year. We'll never begin to understand it until we start working deeply inside. Put the meat on the bone. Well, I know when I was living up in England, up in the north, up in Manjushri Institute, when it was still Lama Yeshe Center in the 70s and 80s. Early 80s, very early 80s, late 70s, early. I was there about 5 years. I remember I studied with Geshe Tekchok. Geshe Tekchok. He was our philosophy teacher then. Lama asked him to come in about 1979 or 80, and he taught the Geshe program, which is the beginnings of the master's program now. Lama started this back then. And Geshe Tekchok was our philosophy teacher, and I studied with him for a couple of years. I remember studying Lorid, this text that you study the mind. It was highly technical, and it kind of sounds boring and intellectual. When we think about studying the mind in the West, we think all about the feelings and emotions and very hands-on. But here, this is like technical. It's like learning brain science. The difference is it's mental, not the brain. It's internal. And it's incredibly sophisticated. And it comes from the Hindus before the Buddha, this knowledge. Let's discuss a bit this today. This is the point. So you first hear intellectually, I passed my exams, I worked very hard, I passed my exams. But it's like anything, you learn, it's just like learning musical theory. You can be a genius at learning musical theory. You can be very clever and know it all and pass really good exams. But you now got to do the real work, isn't it? Turning that theory into sounds on the piano. That's another discussion. Same here. And that's for me, I mean, I'm not saying I'm much of a practitioner, but because in 1987, Lama Zopa gave me the job of doing this job. I was shocked. I've done 10 years of study. I've been a nun for like 10 or something years, but I was shocked. I've been working for Wisdom Publications for 10 years. After the first time I became a nun, I worked for Wisdom in England and also all in England, yeah, up in Manjushri Institute, and then in London, when Wisdom Publications, we left, I forget anyway, whatever it was. But I remember doing that for 10 years and the job stopped. And I had no idea what to do. And I was in New Zealand at a retreat with Rinpoche. And he called me up for a meeting. And I remember, I always say this, I always tell people, it sounds silly, but I remember the vivid memory in my mind is like that Michelangelo painting, God with his finger, you know, that one. I don't know what he's doing in that. Is he creating the world or something? What's that picture there? Anybody know Michelangelo's picture? I think it's creating people. I'm not sure what it means, but I have a memory because I remember what Lama Zopa said. That's how I memorize it. I mean, how I remember that event when Lama Zopa told me what to do. He said, that's how I remember it. Go to Sydney and teach with his finger pointing. That's how I remember. It's not quite like that. I'm sure he can point his finger. Go to Sydney and teach, he said. I was shocked. I will say this too. I remember I got a shock because I thought, what if I run out of words? Then I thought, well, you know, if I do run out of words, I'll just say, any questions? And that's exactly what I do. You know? And it works. But the other one was, I thought I'd get nervous. And then I thought, no, if you're talking to one person, you don't get nervous, do you? So I decided when I teach, as if I'm talking to one person. So now I don't get nervous. Even when I give talk to 3,000 people, I don't get nervous. So anyway, blah, blah, but Rinpoche told me. So what I'm getting at is, I studied this text, right? I liked it, very delicious. I really enjoyed it. And I memorized it and learned it and passed my exam, blah, blah, blah. But all these years later, now having quite a few years since then, I've had to talk about it. Now, anybody who teaches knows that when you teach it to other people, you hear it, don't you? That's why I never get bored. I'm so excited to come here and talk about it because I'm really talking to myself. But I look silly talking to an empty room, wouldn't I? So I've got to show off to everybody else. Hear my point, I'm joking, but it's really true. Every time I talk about it, like right now, today, it gets a bit clearer to me. I never get bored. It gets a bit clearer to me. So I'm always grateful that people come. So every time since I've studied it, it's the basis of what I say. I couldn't be saying the words that I'm saying now if I hadn't studied Lowry, if I hadn't studied those 4 basic texts back then. If I hadn't studied those, I could not talk in the way I talk now about the mind. It's informed by those theories I learned 40 years ago, whatever it is, 83, 93, 103, 113, 123, 38 years ago. It's a long time, isn't it? I've got a shock when I say it. Never mind, I'm just trying to make a point. That all these years I've had to say it and in my daily life trying to practice it, that's when you start putting meat on the bones of those theories. That's what practice is. You put your money where your mouth is. But it's intensely, intensely difficult because the first thing that as I said, conspires against us doing it is because we think it's normal. The second thing that conspires against us doing the job is because our sensory consciousness dominates our lives. Even though we know we go crazy mentally, but it's the external world. From the second we wake up until the second we go to sleep, we are totally immersed in the external world, aren't we? Which is the objects of sensory consciousness. And I'm going to describe what that means. So that's overwhelming us as far as we're concerned. Because of ego grasping in the mind, because of ignorance, the root delusions, which we'll describe, it all appears to us to be out there, all ugly and delicious. You try to get the delicious stuff and you avoid the ugly stuff. We spend our lives doing that. Every millisecond of the day is driven by that. So the outside world, I mean, talk about looms large. It is the universe as far as we're concerned. Life literally is out there. What am I, this poor little innocent victim that got plonked on this planet, who didn't ask to get born, to whom bad things happen? You know, that's how we feel, isn't it? When we talk about schizophrenic, Lama Yeshe would use that word. It's a good word. The separateness from the outside world. And we're hungrily trying to eat up the outside world. We're convinced it's out there somewhere, the happiness. And then we keep getting punched in the nose from the suffering, then we have panic attacks. So this is the other thing that looms large for us, that overwhelms us and prevents us from doing the job of looking inside. There's no time to look inside. We're busy driving on the freeway of life, and we can't afford to look inside. There's no space and time. We're overwhelmed by external things and people and events. That's a major, then that's the next thing that conspires against us working on our mind. And the next one is, of course, is all the consequences is, what do you mean I should change my anger? She should change. She is the cause of my anger. That's the main point, the main cause, preventing us from looking into our mind. Everybody else should change because I'm an innocent victim. So we know all these views intimately. They're all deeply ingrained in us. So to go against these is stupendous hard work. It demands incredible courage, incredible discipline, incredible practice, you know. This is what being a Buddhist means. I need a clock, I think. I'll get a bit weird if I can't see the time. Is the clock here?
I can find one.
I should have bring my iPhone next time. Have you got one? Let's see if you can
It's 11 o'clock. It's 11 o'clock.
What's our schedule today? What's our schedule, church? What happened to the monk?
Lunch 12.
Where's the monk gone? He disappeared. Find the monk. Why did he disappear? Come here. Okay, here we go. 10 to 12, okay. No, we don't need. Well, do we need a break? I just started. Do we need a break already? You're collapsing already? Exhausted already? Oh, okay, I'll keep going. Thank you. We're going to make the most of our 2 days. Okay, so now let's look at the model of the Maya Buddhism. Some of you might have heard it 1,000 times, you know. But it's okay. Every time you hear it, you get a bit better knowledge of it. So I never get bored saying it. This is what you learn in Lowry. Basic. I'm going to get down to the real essence, you know. So when you study the mind, this is where it's fascinating. You've got to learn what they call the epistemological model of the mind, which is the actual way the mind functions. And this is beyond, I mean, I can't tell you how fascinating it is. It's incredibly fascinating because it's so technical. You can't even almost hear the words sometimes. It's so utterly fascinating. So I think modern science will be blissed out to study it. But you've got to first hypothesize the possibility that you're not discussing the brain, you're discussing the actual subjective, cognitive, non-physical process itself. It's so subtle, I tell you, but this is the Buddhist expertise. So simply, then you've got the psychological model, which is the contents. Love, compassion, this one, blah, blah, all the names of the bits and pieces in our mind, you know. So let's first look at the first one. It's already fascinating. It's already extremely fascinating. So keeping it simple, the mind functions in two ways. There's ways of talking, but this is one way of presenting it. We've got sensory consciousness and we have mental consciousness, okay? So sensory consciousness, already just hearing this simple way I put, and I do this very often, it really gives us insight into how we are so confused. How we get kind of tricked, you know, pulled from pillar to post. Because we give way too much power to our sensory consciousness. Sensory consciousness is often the way they use the words, you know, refer to eye consciousness, ear consciousness, tactile consciousness. Word, mind, and consciousness broadly are synonymous, but they're used in different contexts. So we have we know we've got the five senses, as we say. And here, you've got all the physical parts, and no problem, no argument there. But the Buddhist expertise is the non-physical part. So it's a really simple example. I always use this one, but it really is very telling. You know, I always use I don't have a black thermos. I have a red thermos. Okay, I usually use my black thermos. So I have a thermos here. Let's say it's called a thermos. We know that. But before we even get there, so my eye consciousness goes there. Let's say I say to you, oh, it's not a very nicely designed thermos. I'm just telling what I think. I'm just telling you what I think, okay? My black thermos, I think, is a very nicely designed thermos. So that's how I said that to you. Now, you know very well why I say those words is because my eyes were looking at this. You know, I'm not listening to it. You understand? You know, I'm not just touching it. You know, I'm not tasting it. I'm not smelling it. You understand? It's the eye one that's working here, isn't it? So I would say, oh, wow, look at it. This is not a very nicely designed thermos, you know. So naturally, we assume the part of my mind that is cognizing, and the word cognize is pretty tasty in Buddhism, to know, to be aware, or to cognize. They are synonymous. That's the job of mind. The mind cognizes things. And this is Buddha's entire point across the board. That at the moment, because we have all these layers of rubbish, which is the psychological one, which we're going to get to, we are living in la-la land in relation to that which exists and that which doesn't. That these delusions in our mind are cognizing things that actually don't exist. And we're going to get into all this. So he wants us to finally cognize that which exists. And that's what omniscience is. That's when you become a Buddha, which he says is possible for everybody, by removing the rubbish from the mind, by cleaning your mirror, like we talked last night. So what's going on here with eye consciousness? Well, eye consciousness, to spell it out, is that part of your mind, your general capacity for cognition, that is very specifically functioning through the medium of the eyeball and the nerves and the eyelid being open and the light being on, all the various conditions, isn't it, that have to be in place in order to have a cognition of eye consciousness. So every state of mind, every moment of our mind, whatever it is, they talk about mind being the subject. And always it has an object. Object meaning that which it cognizes. So what are the objects of cognition? Put it that way. What is eye consciousness capable of cognizing? What are the things it can cognize? Well, it's pretty clear, isn't it? Shape and color. Eye consciousness doesn't have a brain. It's not like clever. But we give it way more power. This is our major problem in samsara. And you'll hear my point exactly. So eye consciousness is barely cognizing only shape and color. It can't have opinions about it. Because why? Because that's the function of the second part of our mind, which is called mental consciousness. We have sensory consciousness, mental consciousness. Eye consciousness is part of the sensory, and it's profoundly limited in its capacity for cognition. It can only cognize shape and color. Sound, I'll go, wow, that's Miles Davis, amazing music. And you will know it's my ear consciousness. But it is not capable of cognizing, wow, Miles Davis, amazing. It can only cognize sound. So they're bare bones, technical, kind of just fundamental cognitions. There's no opinions, there's no quality of them, it's just bare bones. But so then we've got to ask the question, because the second my eyes look here, I won't wait and go, I wonder if that's good design or not. I look up the computer and see what good design is and what bad design is. I'll just tell you my opinion. And what do you think that part of the mind is? That is mental consciousness. So mental consciousness, Lama Yeshe says, that's where the workshop is. That's where all the feelings and emotions and anger and love and wisdom and clarity and bliss and intelligence and all the millions of bits and pieces of our mental consciousness. That is where the workshop is, as Lama Yeshe says. That's what we have to unpack and unravel. That is where all, and so basically, what are the contents of the mental consciousness? And you'll hear it. They are all opinions, viewpoints, concepts, thoughts, ideas. We live, oh, thank you. We live at that level. So this is the thing about now, before we go further, the mental consciousness. Sensory is first one, I'll go back and forth. Mental, there's different ways it functions. We have conceptuality and we have what they call perception. That's a general word in English, but here in Buddhism it's absolutely specific. Perception, they call it direct cognition. They call it non-conceptual. And we don't, in terms of the mental consciousness, we don't even access perception. It's only when you've got single point of concentration that you can have a direct perception of something. It's abstract for us. Because why? Because we live at the level of conceptuality. We live at the level of thoughts, literally in the way Buddhism describes the mind. Now, that's a surprise to us because we'll think thoughts are here and emotions are here. Buddha does not talk like that. It's not even a word called emotions. We're going to describe this. It's utterly fascinating, I tell you. So the level we live at, whether it's intellectual, music theory, brilliant intellectual knowledge, isn't it? Brilliant, ingenious thoughts that we can cultivate. And we're brilliant at that in our culture. Intellectual things like math and music and unbelievable geniuses, that's all conceptuality. But listen to this. Here, love, anger, jealousy, depression, they are also rooted in being conceptions. But deep, deep down, totally programmed. All we notice, and that's what we're going to talk about, is the physical. And that's when the anger thoughts that have been there for countless eons and are very strongly programmed, I say in my mind as a girl, then when something happens that is not what my attachment wants, and we're going to go into this, explosion occurs. So we'll think, oh, look at that, Robina's angry, look at that emotion, she's shouting and yelling, and spit coming out of her mouth, tears coming out of her eyes. What we see is a volatile body and a shouting voice. But what we don't see is deep down underneath that, underpinning that, is these elaborate conceptual stories, elaborate, trained for eons in conceptual stories. That finally, anger is a conceptual story. And when we can get in touch with that, that's where you change it, and that's how you get rid of it. So we live at the level of conceptuality. But some of our afflictions, as Buddha lists them, and our disturbing emotions, they're the ones that we are deeply habituated in believing, and then including all the body experiences. So we don't notice our thoughts, do we, until they become physical. We don't notice our thoughts until they come violently to the surface and the body shakes when the words come out of the mouth. That's the other thing that's conspiring against us, major one. That we don't notice what's going on in our mental consciousness until it's too late, until the body feels it. Well, that, I always use the example, that's like you've got a car and you've never heard of the concept of car mechanics. So you just drive and drive and drive until you drive it to the ground. Never paying attention to anything in the car until the wheels fall off. Oh, what did I do? My wheels are falling off. Well, it's a little bit late, for goodness sake. We have this for cars, we have mechanics for bodies, we know how to prevent. We're genius at preventing wheels falling off. Nobody's wheels fall off because we keep screwing them on all the time and maintaining them. But why do our wheels fall off emotionally? Because we don't know what's going on until it vomits out the mouth until you want to kill yourself. That literally is the major problem. And that's what we can learn from the Buddha, learn the skills that he's got for us that we can use to start listening to the wheels wobbling, which is day to day, which is learning thought in the mind. So all these things are conspiring against us, looking at the mind. So back to the sensory and mental. Eye consciousness sees shape and color in a millionth of a millisecond, and I'm not joking now, quicker than Google. Our mental consciousness is accessed. And you see, the thing is, two ways of our mind, you can argue like this, the Buddhist view of how the mind works, processes. One is bare bones, everything we've ever seen, heard, tasted, touched, smelt, thought about, since beginningless time is stored in our memory. Nothing goes astray. Everything gets stored, which is why eventually we have incredible clairvoyance, looking back to beginningless time and see it all. It's all stored there, automatically. The other way is the qualitative one of karma, the way we see things, how we see things, our motivation, our views, that puts seeds in the mind, you know. So here, all the things, you know, even just from this life, me deciding what I think is nice design, I need design, nice color, you know, you develop. And what are these? All of this mental consciousness, in a million-trillionth of a second, will come up the thought, oh, what an ugly designed thermos. So what is that? It is literally an opinion. It is literally an opinion, a viewpoint, a thought, a concept. So if I say, you say to me, what is 1 + 1? And I'll say 2. That is concept. It is a concept. It is a viewpoint. It is a viewpoint. It is a viewpoint. Now, this is the point now, in the mental consciousness, we're going to get to it. In the Buddha's view in the mind, we've got 3 categories of states of mind, 3 categories of these concepts. Some are ridiculous, invalid, wrong, disturbing, not accurate, misconceptions. They are the source of our pain and suffering because we're not in touch with reality. The second lot are valid concepts because they are in sync with reality to some degree. Love, compassion, kindness, generosity, patience, forgiveness. We all know these. They're all concepts. They're all conceptual stories. And from that perspective, they're not completely clean yet because they're still rooted in the root delusion called ignorance that sees things as having an intrinsic nature. But on a conventional level, we've got thoughts that are ridiculous, off the wall, inaccurate, literally inaccurate. And then we have some that are relatively valid. So here we're discussing. So a concept is 1 + 1 is 2. That's a valid concept because we can say in our conventional reality, we've proven it to be true. 1 + 1 is 3 is an invalid concept. Now saying that's a badly designed thermos, but it's interesting. That could be a valid concept. Why? Because maybe you've gone to thermos designing to school, and there are certain rules that have come up, and you've got to be the judge at the women's something about, what do they call them in England? We call them the Royal Melbourne Show, the Royal Sydney Show, and all the farmers come in with their cows and things, and the ladies come in with their cakes. What's that called? Come on, you people, you live in England. What is it? those big things. You come and you have your cake and you get the blue ribbon.
Country show.
What?
Country show.
Something like that, a country show, yeah, same kind of thing. So you could have a thermos judging group, couldn't you? And it could be the least designed thermos. So what I'm trying to get at, you can still have a valid design. You can still say that relatively according to the rules of thermos design. But what I'm getting at, so there are some valid and some invalid concepts, but the invalid ones are the delusions. Invalid is attachment that over-exaggerates the ugliness of this thermos. But the bare bones thing I'm trying to say is eye consciousness, shape and color. That's all they can recognize. The next millisecond, mental consciousness comes barging in the workshop, and then up comes this opinion, an opinion. Everything is opinion and viewpoint, but there are some that are valid. That everything has no intrinsic nature is an opinion of the Buddha, but he happens to prove it's a true opinion. So you can have valid ones and invalid ones. That's the interesting point. But basically, we live in the mental consciousness. The senses actually have a very tiny role in one sense, but they completely lead us up garden paths because we assume ugly thermos is in the ugly thermos. We believe it's in the thermos shouting back at me, you know, and I'm insulted. How dare you be so ugly, upsetting me, you know? That's how we see everything. That's my opinion about the bloody thing. Excuse me. In America, you can't, they don't really use it. And they think it's a worse swear word, you know, they're upset. Maybe I upset you. I won't say anything. Are we communicating here?
Yes.
This is how the mind works. It's delicious, isn't it? How do I know this? I studied Rotary 47 years ago. Or whatever years ago. Get my point. I couldn't have said that 37 years ago. I mean, I've just been thinking about all these years. A little bit of wisdom's coming out. A little tiny bit I can say it in ordinary words, you know. I'm going to the pennies dropping for me. You understand? It's delicious, it's very delicious. So we understand this. We can start to do the job of watching our mind and not believing in our karmic appearances. Look how we are. A person today, you know, an email, I said, you know, whatever, it doesn't matter. And she got angry, upset. And you this, and you did that, and you did this, and you did that. And she really believed I did. I mean, we're all like this. I'm trying to prove to somebody else. But because she was angry and hurt. We understand that. As soon as you're angry, anger is when you put your angry glasses on, the person looks horrible, and you think he did this, and he did that, and he did this, and he did that, and you believe it. That's the tragedy of misconceptions. That's the tragedy of our delusions. And we live in that world. We believe in our angry story. We believe in our attachment story. We believe in our jealous story. We believe in our ego grasping story because we've been believing in it for eons. So how can we give a space to our mind? We don't control our body and speech first. At least we stop saying the words. Then you've got space to think about it first. But we vomit it out. You know, that's where the heavy damage is done. As soon as you blurt it out, you've done the damage. The miracle of controlling our speech first. Thinking the thoughts, okay, it's going to take a while to get rid of, but you don't vomit them out. That's a profound practice. Okay, some of you have good behavior and you don't vomit out your words. Then maybe you also suppress your thoughts, and that's a problem because we only have two: vomit everything out or suppress. But this third one is the Buddhist one, is you learn to get clarity and awareness and the wish to see your mind as you begin to recognize it using the Buddhist model. You can't play the piano or Bach if you haven't got the music in front of you. You can't do this job if you haven't got Buddhist music in front of you. Theory, you know, sensory, mental, this one, that one. That's what you apply. And then you do the inner work. And this is being a Buddhist. This is being a Buddhist. So sensory consciousness, and we have mental. But we believe that the senses see the ugly thermos or divine, handsome Fred. I mean, that is the most powerful. We see, look at people, how we respond to people. Instantaneously, you meet some person. Within 3 seconds, you fall in love with him. You think he's the most handsome person since sliced bread, you know? Isn't it? We know this. But your eyes can only see shape and color. The rest is the story you've made up about that shape and color. I mean, it's sort of, we should be embarrassed, isn't it? How foolish we are. Do you understand? It's hilarious. This is how we are. This is being in samsara, you know. It's a big job, but we can do it. Ask me some questions. Come on. We can have a little 11, 12. No, we don't need to have a break. We'll keep going. Unless you sitting cross-legged people want a break from your poor little legs. You okay? You all right? Okay. So questions now, come on. Only about what I've discussed so far. We're going to unpack it all. It's just the basis. This is the ground we're going to then discuss. Okay. So are there any questions? Yes, no.
When you worked in prison,
Bit louder, sweetheart.
sorry, when you were working in a prison, we did some work with prison.
I can't hear you, sweetheart.
Did you do some work with prison stuff?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. So when you were doing that, how did you get past the what you were seeing of the prisoners and into
Well,
what?
I didn't have a problem. What do you mean? I just saw nice human beings like the rest of us. They might have been psychopaths, they might have been rapists, I don't care. They came to that class for all look at their minds. So I see
No, but
people.
if they spoke to you, were they rude to you? Were
What
they
did-
rude to you?
Why should they be rude to me?
Well, I don't know.
Why should they be rude to me?
My students are very rude to me.
I beg your pardon?
My students are very rude to me.
Your students in prison.
No, in a school, but I mean.
I'll tell you why. You know why? Because they didn't want to go to school. They've been forced by their parents. That's why we're so resentful and angry as children. Prisoners who come to classes, is a major point, darling. Prisoners who come to classes have chosen to come to the class. You look at this, we never think this in our world. We know we don't like being pushed to do something. As we're kids, And mummies have to push us, but we don't want to be in school. So we resist and we get angry and we want to push you away. But if a person, some kids want to be in school. They're not rude to you. They're trying for you to teach them. It's because we don't want to be it. So prisoners is a major point, sweetheart. There's one time in all the prisons I went to all over the world, one time ever, I was in Melbourne, it was a sex offenders unit, and I didn't realize that the psychologist who asked me told the prisoners to come to the class. Every other one is always, and I would never do it otherwise, choose to come. The class is available and they can choose to come. They choose to write this, so they want it. These prisoners, I could tell from the first 3 minutes, they were resentful. I knew immediately they hadn't asked to come, so I did not discuss. I talked about the weather and football and crack jokes. Can you hear the point I'm making? You can't, can you?
No, I can. It's
Well,
just,
where's your problem?
it's in a school, as a teacher, you're under pressure to teach them.
I know that, so you've got to find ways to seduce them to like you, don't you? That's your job, babe.
Okay.
Your job is to have confidence in your skill, and you've got to have genuine affection for these people, and you've got to win them over, sweetie pie. You've got to seduce them, then they will eat out of the palm of your hand.
Okay.
So it's your power and your confidence that's the piece that you have to develop. So you have to have enough courage in your own mind, not be, we've all got attachment. One of the things attachment we've all got is attachment to be liked. As soon as these kids are mean to you, the poor little girl in you has a panic attack because you want them to love you. That's okay, recognize that. But you have to have enough courage and enough bravery to know that you've got something to teach them, and you have to want them to learn, and you've got to find the power and the means to do it. That's your job as a teacher. I think it's an intense job. I couldn't cope. Are you hearing me? I don't have that with business. They come because they want to come. A few troublemakers might come because it's kind of bored, but it's not a problem. Are we communicating? It's a really major point. Thank you for asking.
Thank you.
You get my point? Do you like teaching? Do you really want to teach? Do you really love these children? Do you really want them to learn?
Yeah.
You've got to really buy into that. You've got to work on that part of yourself. That's real compassion, baby. And you've got to have some wisdom to do it. If you don't have wisdom, you don't know your own mind first. Are you a Buddhist? Do you do this stuff we're discussing? Or you're fairly new? I'm not complaining, I'm just asking.
I'm trying.
Good, sweetheart. You're like all of us, you're trying.
Yeah.
But understand you've got to do the work on yourself first.
Okay.
And give up your own attachment, your own anger a little bit. Because if you're full of anger and attachment, you just shout and yell back and you'll hate them. And you'll want to leave. Get stressed. Do you understand me? Then you, on the basis of you really, and then anyway, I've said it. It's a big, big job, sweetheart. I admire you. I've killed a lot of them. I always say if I had a child and a husband, they'd be dead children and dead husbands. Guaranteed. All right? It's a very good point. It's a really major point. Thank you. It's a wonderful point. Who else? What else? Questions? Yes.
It's based on what you said about the third muscle and how
About what?
about the third muscle and how our eye consciousness sees shapes
That's
and
it.
color.
That's all.
When reading the Heart Sutra and they talk about the 5 skandhas, the form,
Yes.
feeling, is it okay to put together how you explain our consciousness, how we perceive the object all the way from the shape to the mental consciousness?
In
In
using
the
those
same
5
way.
aggregates, I don't think it really works. I mean, that's not really what's meant to be there. No, I don't think that's so useful. I'm not sure it's useful. I can't. No, okay. Okay. What we're going to do today is look into, we're going to discuss it. That's the whole point. We're going to look into the Buddhist model of the mind, and we're going to look into where love fits, where anger fits, and where, for example, feeling or discrimination, the two in this. Because there's 3 categories. This is the point now I'm getting to. There are 3 categories of states of mind in the mental consciousness at the conceptual level. And that's what we're going to discuss here. There's the first category, which are the neurotic, deluded, ridiculous ones, right? The one that clings to me, the attachment to get what the me wants, the anger when it doesn't get what it wants, all the other dramas. They're the afflictions, they're the delusions, they're the neuroses, they're the mental problems. Do you understand my point?
Yeah.
They're very specific. Now we've got the virtues, love, compassion, which are valid, reasonable sets of mind. We're going to try and see the difference between these. The third lot, they call them neutral. That throws us, but we think that sounds like they're not important. I like to call the third lot like the mechanics of the mind. So feeling is one of those. Discrimination is one of those. Intention, attention, mindfulness, which is not what we think of the West, we've got all these bells and whistles of it. It's simply the capacity to remember what you're doing moment by moment. That's the literal meaning of mindfulness. They're very technical, they're mechanical, and they're neither negative nor positive, and they're all working overtime constantly underneath everything we do. Do you understand my point? So I'm going to make those distinctions. So there's one really delicious discussion we'll have after lunch. I'll go into using one object. Let's say you're my boyfriend. What's your name? Alice, who?
Alex.
Al-
Alessio.
Alessio, you're
Yeah.
Italian boy.
Yes.
Okay, Alessio. We're going to say Alessio is my boyfriend. We're going to look at how I've got attachment for Alessio, love for Alessio, and then we're going to look into the other ones, how they function, but particularly one called feeling. That's a powerful thing to understand in Buddhist psychology. So we're going to go into those three, how they all play out together, interplay and interact in my relationship with Alessio, in the way I see Alessio, see the object. So that's a better analysis to do. We'll do that later. All right? Are you the Alessio that emails me?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay, good. Now I've got a face on him. But we met before, we have, haven't we?
Yeah.
One time you came, didn't you?
2 years ago, the
You
Lama
gave me a
Yeshe,
cake or something. I forgot what you gave
I
me.
came with some coffee.
There you go, that's right, I remember. That's it, I remember now. Happy to see you, Alessio. Glad you came.
I'm glad.
Good.
Thanks for coming.
Okay. Any more questions? Yes, darling.
All right, we left last night and me and my boyfriend, who's never been to anything
Oh,
like
okay.
this before, I dragged him along.
What do you think of poor fella?
Do you know what?
He was like one of those prisoners being dragged along. But he didn't mind, he was quite okay.
He was all right, yeah, he did well. Yeah. But
Is it on? Kerry?
not testing.
It's not on yet.
Hello.
Here we go, it's on now.
All right, yes,
Go on.
good. Okay, so we left and in the car, he said he wanted to ask a question,
Okay,
but he thought it was too simple.
of course.
So I then tried to awfully answer it and thought, actually, I don't know the answer. So I'm asking you it
Come on,
today.
then, what is it?
What's the difference between the mind and the brain?
Of course, totally, I'm looking to discuss. Totally perfect question. Okay, totally perfect question. So, okay, the Buddha's view, this is where you have to begin, the Buddha's view, which is pretty unique to the Buddhist one. So we have consciousness and mind by definition in Buddhism, and this has come from these Indians well before the Buddha. I don't know if they had brain science then, but they had others physical sciences, but not, I don't know if they knew the brain. But so, okay, so we've got stuff, mind that is, first of all, this is the Buddhist view, mind is not physical, consciousness is not physical. The words are synonymous. Second, like we described from these Indians and then the Buddha, they've discovered, this is the point now, discovered subtler levels of mind that don't depend upon the brain. That's where, you know, like people in, I mean, that's why I'm going to talk about this, like I mentioned when I worked on Lama Yeshe's book about how to help people in time of death. I read during that time, I read this book. Okay, I'll finish this other points first. Mind is not physical. Mind has much subtler levels of cognition. But the grosser level of mind, sensory, by definition, depends upon the physical, doesn't it? If you don't have an eyeball, you can't see something. But so the Buddhist view is eye consciousness is not physical. It's that part of your mind that's joined with the eyeball, and then all the nerves connecting to the brain, all the physical part. If all the physical parts are working well, the consciousness can work well. So eye consciousness, ear consciousness, or even mental consciousness or thoughts are by definition not physical, but the grosser level are intimately and inextricably connected to a decent working brain and a decent working nervous system and decent working eyeballs. So there's the physical and then there's the mental. This is not the materialist view, you know. So I would put it this way, without insulting neuroscientists. What goes on in the brain is an indicator, it's like a switches and map. It's an indicator of what is going on in the non-physical mind. So the brain is valid, but it's not the mind itself. The Buddhist view would say the mind is joined with the brain and joined with the body and joined with even subtle levels of our energy. And so the brain is an indicator of what is going on in the mind, but it's not the mind itself, but only the grosser level. I mean, you know, we've got much subtler levels of mind that don't need a brain to function, which is where now in science they're really looking into this and are starting to question their assumptions. Are you with me? So I mean, the simple answer is mind is not physical. It's cognition, it's feelings, it's emotion. It is connected at the gross level to the brain, but it's not itself the brain. I mean, as a concept, that's not too hard, is it? And you can't prove it in the beginning. You've got to be quite advanced to see the truth of this. But that is the Buddhist view. You get me? And in the discussion, it'll get clear as we go.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
So this, interestingly, this just on that question, I always tell this story. When I worked on Lama Yeshe's book, How to Face Death Without Fear, which is a really wonderful way to help dying people, get animals and grandma and everything. There's a lot of discussion, of course, in that book about how the main thing is to keep the person peaceful, keep the animal peaceful, because when the mind is peaceful, then the karmic seed that is triggered at the time of death will then determine a nice future rebirth. So the point is, though, you know, in Buddhism, we talk about, this is the Vajrayana, this is a more advanced way of talking. You've got gross consciousness, which is the sensory, connected to the gross body, clear. Then you've got subtle consciousness, which is really all your thoughts, your mental consciousness, your thoughts. And that's inextricably linked to this subtle nervous system. This is the Tibetan medical system, actually, same as that. You've got this subtle nervous system, 72,000 channels coursing through all of your body and going through all those nervous systems, those nerves, those channels, as they call them. You've got all these different wind energies, prana. It's like they talk in yoga. It's like the Chinese system talks. This used to be how we talk 1,000 years ago in our medical systems. This is wind energies. And this is the basis of Tibetan medical health. They study it for 12, 14 years, you know. And then connected inextricably with those wind energies is all our different states of mind. So your Tibetan doctor will feel your pulses and she'll feel the imbalance of, say, this wind that she knows about, and she knows it's connected to your attachment. That's why you're having panic attacks, you know, and your mind is berserk and your body's berserk. You know, it's a very different model, but this subtler level of mind got this subtler physicality as well connected to it. And then even in this model, you've got very subtle consciousness, and they talk about that in Tantra. That's, you know, the clear light consciousness, very subtle level of mind, inextricably linked to this very subtle wind energy. It's a very different way of talking. So when the person's dead, died, they stop breathing. This is the whole point now. I read this. No, this is my point now. When I was editing that book, I read this book by an American medical journalist called The Undead. He's a very funny fellow. It's not about zombies. It's about all the problems and contradictions in the American medical system now because of people coming back to life in the field of cutting out organs and giving organs, you know, because you want the person to be nice and dead, but you want them to be warm and toasty as well, so you keep them breathing. So they assume that the mind is still, the person's dead. But as Lama Yeshe says in his book, if the body's warm and the heart is beating, the mind has to be there, but it's subtle mind, a level of mind we do not posit as existing. Because when you stop breathing, the gross level has ceased. You see no evidence of life. You see no heartbeat, you see no breath, but the mind is still there, but a subtle level of mind. Now that subtle level of mind is what is experienced in a coma, is what we experience in our dreams. It's not the same as the grosser level, but it's still your mind. So this is what endless stories of people in comas, able to hear things. He had a whole chapter in this book, this fellow, of people who have these vivid experiences. People call them out-of-body experiences during their operations. They're totally unconscious. You cut them open, they don't feel anything because their grosser level has ceased, but their mental consciousness is still there. That you can't stop because it doesn't depend on the grossest level of body. So the number of people who have these experiences, you technically don't leave your body. You have this feeling of leaving your body, but you're not leaving your body, because if you left your body, you're dead. But it's subtle mind. And so they don't know what to do with the information in the medical profession. Now it's confronting them because they think a person's nice and dead and they want his liver, and the damn man comes back to life. Most inconvenient. So it's like a very interesting discussion, you know. And there's real conflict now that when really is death, which means what is consciousness, which I think is marvelous they're discussing it. So one doctor was quoted in this book, and he's a bit of an atheist, this fellow, there's no views in, so he's a scientist, and he's very wonderful, very funny. And he said there was one doctor he quoted in the book who's in this field of medicine. He said, I can now say with certainty, consciousness, or Buddhism would say mind, is not a function of the brain. I don't know what it is, but that I can say with certainty. In other words, if you have consciousness at a subtle level, when your senses are dead, when the brain has stopped functioning in this operation, and you observe exactly what the doctor said and did, you can't argue with that. So it's forcing people. Do you see my point? These are good examples. It forces you to question your assumptions, you know. So you have to say if the brain is dead, but a person's still aware, then it's logical the brain is not the mind. It's logical. You get my point now?
Yeah.
So these are the things that are interesting these days. And Dalai Lama having all these conversations with all the scientists, you know, they're doing all their experiments. So people are open to this now. It's wonderful. What else? Before we have a break. Before we have lunch. Questions?
Can you pass the mic?
Yes, Lena.
I have a question on behalf of my friend as well.
About what?
She was here yesterday.
Oh, okay, good.
She sent me a text.
Okay.
It's a two-part question.
Okay.
I'll read both. How do you not blame someone close who has hurt you deeply over a long period of time?
That's right.
And how do you not blame such a person without sinking into the suffering caused by that person in the past?
Exactly, I understand. I think it's going to unpack slowly throughout the day.
Okay.
We're going to be discussing it in depth. But in general, I'll just answer it in general, but we're going to unpack it, okay? Yeah, exactly. So, okay. So Just the brief answer, giving the technical answer, but we can't hear it initially. It sounds too shocking. If you take the view, well, one answer to it. If you have the view as a Buddhist that your mind goes back before lives, past lives, right? And that's very real for the Buddha. And then you take the view that whoever you meet in this life, you can't meet them if you haven't met them before. And if you take the view that how people treat you and see you is due to past action, due to your relationship in the past. Do you understand? So in a simple sense, if you and I are having a conversation and I punch you and you punch me back, and then and I punched you first. I mean, there's never a first. This is the problem if you have past lives. There's always going to be a previous first. But if you take that simple example, if you punch me in the nose and I punched you first, no, I'll tell you a story. Of this. I'll tell you a story of this. When I was a radical lesbian separatist feminist. I don't think there's any more of them left. But I was a feminist first, then I was a radical, then I was a radical lesbian. I chucked out the boys, and then I was a radical lesbian separatist feminist. In London, when I was working, when was this? Very early 70s, okay? The final stages of my political thing kind of before I became a Buddhist. So I remember my serious policy, I thought it was very serious, I tried to take myself seriously. I had serious, my serious philosophy. When I was a hippie, I decided hippies traveling around Europe, so I had no money and I traveled around on my own with long hair and my cute little, I was cute looking. I mean, no wonder I didn't get murdered and raped by every single person, but I thought, okay, I want to travel around, I'm a hippie. So, all these men trying to do things to me, I thought, that doesn't matter, silly old men, Anyway, I just had very serious in my philosophies. So when I was a feminist, radical lesbian separatist feminist, my policy was any man who dared to look at me, praise my breasts, whistle, do what men did, you get sued if you do it now. You know that poor men have to be living in fear. It's very typical life to have be a man at the moment, especially a white one. You're now the enemy, you white guys, isn't it? I find this hilarious. We have finally identified a group of people called white men. Until now, a white man was the person. And everybody else was a deviation from that. So we finally discovered a label called white men. It's a revelation for the world. It's really good. Don't worry, it's not personal. We've all been white men in the past. Don't worry about it. Anyway, just how it was a perfect example. My policy was I'd go over to the man, I'd shout at him very loud, I'd insult him, I'd abuse him, and I especially abuse his private parts, and I might punch him. I'm being very sincere here, okay? I wasn't trying to be mean, that was my policy. So I did it. So a particular time in where was it? Oh yeah, in London, in Haringey, where I lived. Walking down the street, all these cafes. And this fellow eating his fish and chips was very tall. He was eating his fish and chips and he said something about my body. So I walked up to him and I punched him in the face. He was quite tall. And his fish and chips went flying. Now, normally, and I'm really serious, I'm not trying to joke. All men that I did this to, they would come shocked, embarrassed, and didn't do anything, didn't say anything, didn't respond. But this fellow responded. So he started back to punch me. So I ran down the street. And now let's say the guys in the cafe, it was a big restaurant, all big in their Rizzo or whatever. And they were watching this man chase this woman. They'd seen me first punch him in the nose, right? They saw me punch him. Then he punched me back. My glasses went flying, my earrings broke. And then I remember thinking, I honored the fellow. I thought he was very courageous. Well done, and I was not upset in the slightest. Imagine if I started bursting into tears and crying, how dare you punch me? I don't deserve it. I did deserve it. But this is too hard for us to hear. But let me flip it over. We never, ever, and I say this repeatedly, I've never met a person yet who says to me, Robina, why do good things happen? But we take the good for granted. So that somebody, we know in our lives, we cannot count the good things that have happened. People kind to us, we get a meal, the bank gives us credit, someone smiles, someone loves us. We take those for granted. But as soon as one bad thing happens, we have a panic attack. So that's what we're going to unpack today. What's underneath those assumptions, those responses, is a view that I didn't ask to get born, is a view that I only began in my mother's womb, is a view that I've never met this person before. Therefore, and a view that I do deserve only the good and I never deserve the bad. This is not cruel, but these are the assumptions in our mind that cause us to go crazy when we're harmed. And we do get harmed. There's no argument about it. It's hard work, but this is why we respond the way we do, because of all these inbuilt philosophical viewpoints deep in the bones of our being. That's a big mouthful for you, friend, but listen to it yourself and you can answer in your own way. It's a big picture. So even that simple example, imagine how silly I would have looked if I burst into tears. I just punched the guy. Do you understand? But I wasn't angry. Oh, I honoured him. I was respectful to him. Wow, he was brave enough to hit me back. So we've got countless past lives, and if you punch me in the nose today, or rape me, or harm me, I know it's brutal to talk like this. We've got a powerful karmic connection. I've harmed you unbearably in the past. This is too hard for our minds. It's too difficult for us. So that's why I told that story last time about the young Tibetan nuns. Do you remember the story? Why they not only were in tears but had compassion, weren't angry. And she said, one of them said, and of course we had compassion for our torturers, meaning not angry. They were harmed, they were raped, they were tortured, but they had this view so deep in their bones. It's sincere for them, not just pretend. It's a tough one for us to hear because it assumes past lives. It assumes the law of karma, which is a brand new concept for us. That really does take time. And because ego grasping is so intense, even though we know it as Buddhists, it's still hard to practice it, immensely hard to practice it. But they were sincere. And you can tell by from their talking, they weren't angry because they knew why it happened. And one of them said, and of course we have compassion for our torturers because we knew we harmed them in the past, but because we also know that they will suffer in the future. That's the real basis of incredible compassion. Like a mother can see her child, her pedophile child, everybody hates him. She has compassion because she sees he's harming himself. And that's the key point we have to get into wisdom with. All this stuff is part of the answer. It's massive. And even as good Buddhists, it's mostly hard to do. I go around all the Buddhist centers and people are fighting with each other. She said this and she said that. We know all the words, but it's hard to do, honey. Really intense practice. Do you understand? We'll go through it. We could stop now. It's a bit early for lunch. Lunch is served.
We could do the Ursul's birthday cake if you like.
Oh, yeah, let's do that one.
Yeah.
Okay, good one. Oh, yeah, so I'm talking about Lama Yeshe. So Lama Yeshe is the reincarnation of Lama Yeshe. Our Lama was born in 1984, February, today, 14th, 12th today. Okay, Kerry's bought him a cake. We're going to put it on and she's going to send it to him. Look at this. We have to see the cake. I'm going to show the cake. There he is, put him there. And he's now like, how old is he? He was born in 1984. Hang on, I've got one like that. And he's now, whatever he says, what year is that? 84, it must be 37. Yeah, it must be 37. So it's, here we go, people. Look, there's the cake. Balloons on it. There's Lama Tenzin Ursul. But he gets upset when you say that. He says, I'm Tenzin Ursul. But he's my teacher, so I'm going to call him Lama Tenzin Ursul. There we go, see? There you go. Put him on the table again. So, who he is a reincarnation. He's been recognized as a little boy, as a reincarnation of Lama Yeshe. And yeah, so he lives in, he's got a son now, stop being a monk, he's a son, he lives in Spain. He's got a beautiful boy, son, Nobu. He's got a big dog. I saw them recently in France. And that's it. We want to sing him happy birthday, don't we? That's the idea.
Yeah, we're going to photograph. We could come forward with Venerable.
Oh, do you want to photograph singing his song? We're going to send it on Facebook to him,
Yeah.
Instagram.
Yeah,
Do you want to do all that? No, we'll have a lunch break. Come on. Come on up next. This will be our group photo at the beginning of the side, instead of the end.
Here, this side, come this side.
Yeah. Well, this is instead of our picture at the end, okay? And we'll sing happy birthday to Lama Yeshe.
Can you take a video of
Are we going to eat it?
Yeah.
We're going to eat it. We're going to eat it as well, but we hope he gives us permission. So we're going to have someone take a photo of the camera. Where's the camera? I'm going to do all that.
Ray's going to take a video of this.
Good.
Do a photo first.
Photo first.
Sit in front of the cake as well. Sit on the steps here. Come sit on the steps. Stuart, come here now. Sit on the steps. Come on, people. Sit on the steps. Sit on the steps here. Come on. Sit here, somebody. Sit here, darling. Come on. There we go. I can do it. English or Spanish version. No, that's right. It's English. So we're all ready. We're going to sing. All of us online as well.
Let's do the photo first and then
Happy birthday after that.
video.
Okay. And we're going to sing happy birthday then.
Yeah, yes.
Are we all in? You sure you're all in there? Can you get all the people in? Over here. You sure? You can get everybody in. Okay. Shall we sing now?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Everyone's in.
Okay, now you can. Shall I lead it or you lead it? You lead it, Kerry. Come on. No, you sing too high for us. We can't get down low.
I'm going now.
Oh, you stand up. I'll sing it then. Come on. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear. Happy birthday to precious Lama Yeshe.
Thank you, Ursula.
Thank you, Ursula. Okay, good, done. He sees the cake, I hope.
Would you like to cut the cake and then we'll?
Oh, we're going to have it for lunch, okay.
Yeah.
I hope we have his permission to cut the cake, do we? We assume his permission, all right?
And then we'll leave the cake at the back if you want to help yourselves, the plates there.
We'll have it at lunch, I'll put it at lunch table. Are we going to have lunch here or go out?
Some of the cafes, some will go around.
Well, listen to me, when you're going to have your lunch, it's a bit early, but are we finished? We'll cut the cake in a minute. We'll do it in a minute. Let's just finish. You're not quite finished yet. Oh, they've already gone out. Look. We're not quite finished yet. Just 5 more minutes, okay? 5 more minutes. Tell the people to come back. Sorry. 5 more minutes. So, okay. So this is just to summarize, and then if you're going to have, I'd love you to have, is there lunch here, is there, Kerry? People can get lunch?
Yes, yep.
A simple little lunch, or what can they get
Yes.
for lunch?
Rice and dal, jack potatoes.
Oh, please, I really love you to stay here and have lunch. It's good for the centre, give them money, and it's good for you because I'd love you to just, you don't have to, but to go to little groups, 2 or 3 or 4 people, no more, and then take what you got from this and unpack it. That would be a really good use of your time together. You space out and go look at the sky, walk at whatever you like. But it'd be lovely if you can stay, support the centre, and have fun as well, and enjoy the delicious lunch and the cake, and make it like a discussion. Really is worthwhile. Okay, I'd love you to do that. So the summary, taking the Buddhist view, mind is not physical. Mind has subtle levels of consciousness, subtle levels of cognition that don't depend upon the brain. Mind, and this is the crucial one, is not the product is not the handiwork of a curator or mummy and daddy. This is the major point that's implied by this. So the experiential implication that we'll unpack is that your mind is yours. It comes from before, programmed with your stuff, not mummy's and daddy's stuff, and not God's. That's the ownership part, which takes time. When that comes, we start to become brave and courageous. We're going to unpack all that. And then the other thing we discuss, that's a general view. And then the thing we discuss is this first one is crucial, and that's a major discussion. This is a vicious discussion point. You've got sensory consciousness, and then you have all the thoughts and feelings and dramas and emotions and opinions about what you see and hear with your senses. It's a really delicious conversation. We're going to discuss all that, okay? We're going to look into that in depth. So I think just be delighted here. We've been nearly 2 hours, all the seeds we've planted, listening, thinking, analyzing, a few questions. These seeds have gone into our mind. These have gone into our memory. So we nourish these seeds and continue to practice. That's it. And then lunch, let's think of lunch differently. This is shape and color. The eyes look at it, and this is really the one we know about food, isn't it? As soon as your eyes look at that food, the unbelievable story starts rising up. You know, oh, ugly food, delicious food, whatever. It's an opinion, okay? It's an opinion. And this proves emptiness. Nothing has intrinsic nature. It's how we see it. It's so powerful. But thinking lunch as delicious lunch, all the hard people who worked hard, even though it's vegetarian, creatures died when you planted the rice and planted the veggies. So think you're going to eat this food to be fat and healthy, so you can be paid the kindness of all these sentient beings by becoming a Buddha, so you can be a benefit to others. Even just that thought, putting on top of your attachment, mitigates the attachment. Very wonderful. Lama Sangye Lama Che Dejan Lama Degan Te, Bungi Dejan Lama Che Lama Namla Chapabo. That's it, people. In an hour and a half. I think it's that. So hour and a half, what's happening is this. Every Saturday now for the last 2 years, Lama Yeshe has asked the Sangha, monks and nuns of our organization around the world, to do this 30-minute sessions of Chen raising meditation and a particular series of verses by this Sakya Lama from a few centuries ago, I think, who helped whose prayers and power were able to cure a pandemic. So Michelle says we have to do this until the pandemic stops. So basically, I do a 1 hour session, actually 2 sessions together on Saturdays, 7 in the morning where I live in New Mexico, but now it's like 2 p.m. So I've got it booked into the rest of my life. I'm sure the pandemic won't stop soon, even though the laws are going to change, aren't they? I don't know who's going to announce that the pandemic stopped. How are we going to do that, don't you? I don't know. How are we going to announce the pandemic has stopped? I don't think we can do that.
I think we wait for Rinpoche to tell us.
So we have to wait for them to announce, stop doing your prayer call. So
I'm
every
sure
Saturday,
we'll find something else for us to do.
I'm sure you
It's
will.
a pandemic going, find
That's
something else
exactly
to
right.
do.
So every 24 hours, every Saturday for 24 hours, the monks and nuns around the world do these sessions, leading this, and I do this one. So we're going to do it, we're incorporating into our class. So we're going to do that at 2 o'clock with Chen raising meditation and verses for all the sick people in the world. So that'll be the first session. Then we'll have teachers after that. Okay, sweethearts. Thank you so much. I'm happy to see you all. Enjoy your lunch, please. We'll see you later. Someone else can have the job of cutting the cake into 47 pieces. We're gonna manage it. We'll try. Thank you, darlings. I mean, for the people who, for the ones who come just to the prayer-a-thon, get it. I need the website. I need the website connection for here. Which one is it? Some young guest
That's the other ones. What faster one? If you choose Gemini.
coming in a
Office.
minute. It'll come in a minute. I'm sure. I'm sure it'll come in. Just want to come.
It's you, Gemini, I guess. It's not right.
Yeah. Okay.
Gemini leads password.
Okay. Jam Young, just lowercase. That'll do. Slow. It's not coming. There it is. No, it's not. Doesn't like it. It's not accepting.
You're connected. It says you're connected.
No, but had the exclamation mark through it.
Did you go click under the network so it show you the other ones?
No, you got it. Oh, I see. So what's
Gemini
better?
Office.
Office. Okay. Password.
I think it's LZR capitals 108108.
It's not liking it. What was it again?
Still thinking about
Which one is it? Office.
Office. Yeah.
Okay. I'll use my phone. It's easier, but it's upstairs. Let's try it again. Nothing happens. See? Doesn't like it. Not happy.
Try Office 2.
Office 2?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll be sitting there in Bodgar wondering where I am. Which is a
Password. Is that the LZR one? Got there.
I'll do it again. Show password. LZR 108. What to do?
Let me try. This one's changed. Maybe it's Tara.
Susie, can you go up to my room and get my phone, please? Because I've got a SIM card on it. Bring it quickly. Run. Okay, something happened. The message just came in, so it's obviously working. Although it doesn't look like it.
That's
Yeah.
connected now.
It's now, it's okay. Good. Okay, so I'm plugging into this prayer-a-thon Zoom connection, and then we've got people over there in our course and people here. But you've got to get the prayers. You've got the prayers yet to read? Has he given you the one to read?
No.
No. I think he's rushing to print them off at this second. So you just got to listen first and meditate on Chen Razi. We'll do that meditation first, and then we'll have the prayer eventually. You can read it with me, or just contemplate the words. Either way, it's fine. Prayer-a-thon. There you go. Thank you, darling. Just leave it there. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much. On the chat, yeah, that's it. Don't need any of that. You keep that for me. Don't need that. You keep that for me.
Well, should I get into prayer if I'm telling them that you're coming in 2 minutes? Should I get through on my phone and tell them that you'll be there?
Sweetheart, everything's under control.
Okay.
Okay. Hello, Petals. I'm sorry I'm late. We're in Leeds and things didn't work and we're all a bit last minute, but I'm here. Oh, thank you, Doris. Thank you, Viva. Yeah, I'm in Leeds and it got a bit late. We forgot the time and now I'm here. Okay. And we've got a mob here, the Jamyang Leeds mob in front of me and the Jamyang Leeds mob over there on the Zoom. So there's a whole bunch of us here today, all joining us. Thank you so much. Okay, let's go. Sarah in Boda, she must have gone away. I'm so sorry I'm late, Sarah, but I'm here now. Okay, good, all right. Okay, people, so what we're going to do, we're going to visualize Chen raising. So Buddha manifests in two different forms. One is the type that we know, which is Shakyamuni Buddha behind us, I think a statue. Yes, there he is. That's known as the emanation body, or the Nirmanakaya in Sanskrit. Then you have a more subtle form that's not visible to regular people. All the Arya bodhisattvas, those who realize emptiness, can see it directly. And this is always about the subtle mind. It's a subtler aspect of the Buddha that's visible to those who've accessed their subtle mind, basically. And this is known as the enjoyment body. And it's all the Buddhas in Tantra, all the millions of different Buddhas looking gorgeous and handsome and beautiful, male and female, and multi-armed and multi-legged and multi-organed, all these people. And they're all basically a visual language. It's a visual language. It's like, it is psychology. They all represent different qualities, either that we want to cultivate, like wisdom, compassion, or that we want to purify, like anger, attachment. It's very much different. Much more, this is like university, this is like postgraduate level Tantra. So it's also this aspect of the Buddha is known as the Bodhisattva aspect. It's on the Mahayana path, of course. So here we're visualizing Chen Rezi, compassionate-eyed one, or Avalokitesvara in Sanskrit. And he's the manifestation of compassion, of loving kindness and compassion. It's a peaceful aspect, it's a male aspect. So imagine in the sky, do your best, just imagine. White light body. He's sitting on with his legs in full lotus position. He's got 4 hands, 2 in the front, holding a wish-fulfilling jewel. They're in the prayer mudra, And then either side, held aloft, about the level of his ear. In his right hand, he's holding a white lotus, and in the left hand, holding a crystal rosary, a mala. And on his left shoulder, there's an antelope skin, which is said to represent his peaceful nature. So it's like a visual language. Everything kind of means something. It all adds up together to be the meaning of compassion. So he's got a very beautiful face, very sweet, peaceful face, very sweet, peaceful eyes, very sweet red mouth. And then decorated, he's, adorned like in the Bodhisattva style, in the kind of Indian, it's from the Indian aristocratic or royal style, beautifully bejeweled, on his, and a 5-pointed crown on his head. And everything's radiant and beautiful and clear. So if we have a spiritual, he's sitting on a multicolored lotus, and on the lotus, there's a sun disk and a moon disk. You can't see these, but they represent wisdom and compassion. So, and everything's made of light, radiant, beautiful. Doesn't matter if you can't see, just imagine, that's all. Well, the reality is Buddha mind, enlightened mind is not physical. And anyway, when it's enlightened, when it's fully developed, when it's free of all the delusions and full of all the goodness, Buddha, it pervades the universe. How can something that's physical, how can something that's not physical, think about this, be confined by space or time or matter? Right now, our mind is indeed confined. I mean, it's locked inside this bag of bones because we're so attached. Attachment has limited our mind. We're living at a very gross, limited level of our own mind, But once the mind is completely enlightened and rid of all the rubbish and full of all the goodness, it literally pervades wherever there is existence. It can't not. It's really it's abstract, but it's kind of logical. It's enlightened mind. But that's what good is that to sentient beings? The reason a person is a Buddha, because they have compassion. So the only reason to become a Buddha is to benefit others, to have the wisdom to know how to benefit others and the power to do so. So here's Chenrezig manifesting in this subtle light body, in this case, to benefit sentient beings. So if we have a spiritual teacher, a mentor, a guru, a lama, all these words are synonymous, we imagine it's their mind manifesting in this form of the Buddha for our benefit. The guru is the Buddha, and the Buddha is the guru, is the spiritual mentor. You think like that. So it makes it very personal. So now, this is called the symbolic being, or the, so this is our visualization. In a sense, it's not quite the Buddha yet, it's our visualization. So now what we do, what they call invite the wisdom beings, all the actual Chenrezigs from all around the universe to come and absorb into our visualization. So what we do is we now visualize at the brow of Chenrezig, white Om. So if you don't know Sanskrit or Tibetan, to see the Roman letters. At his throat, a red R, like AH. At his heart, in the center of his chest, a blue Hung, representing enlightened body, enlightened speech, enlightened mind. So now imagine from the blue Hung at his heart, powerful laser beams of light go out to all the 10 directions. North, south, east, west, northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest, and up and down. 10 altogether, the whole universe. And it hooks, imagine it goes out and hooks the enlightened energy of all the Chenrezigs in their pure lands, in their abodes. Trillions of beings have become Chenrezig. The trillions of emanations of Chenrezig, actual Chenrezigs. This light brings back their energy and absorbs back into our visualization. We imagine they become non-dual, Zahong Bam Hong. So now we imagine this visualization in front of us is the embodiment of all the Chenrezig in the universe. So now, we visualize sentient beings. So let's visualize them in the form of enemies, friends, and strangers. There's no fourth category. This is the objects of our attachment, aversion, attachment, and ignorance. To the right in front, the enemies, people we have aversion for, angry with, people who've harmed us, people who haven't forgiven, people who just annoy us. They're the objects of aversion, right in front. We mightn't use the word enemy, but this is a good label for objects of aversion. And then to the left is our beloveds, objects of attachment. And then to the right and everywhere else, in front, behind, as far as the horizon goes, to the sides, to the bottom and the top. All the rest of the sentient beings who are the strangers. So these three categories, we believe in them totally, but they're completely made up by the mind. There's no objective basis. To the left, the beloveds, who are they? The objects of attachment. They're the ones we have love and compassion for. They're the ones we adore. Why? Because they do what our attachment wants. They fulfill our needs. So it's easy to adore them, to love them, to want them to be happy. Not have compassion for them. That's easy. And they're the only ones usually, isn't it? It's the world, isn't it? Monkeys have this, dogs, ants, elephants. Then right in front, the objects of our aversion. And why are they called that? Because they proactively don't do what our attachment wants, or they do what our attachment doesn't want. So then we have aversion to them. We push them away. We struggle to, we certainly don't want them to be happy or not suffer. We don't have any, it doesn't come naturally. We can even have to struggle not to want them to suffer, when it's really angry. This is the world, isn't it? So now to the right, in front, and everywhere else, 99.999% of all the beings of the universe, the strangers. And how do we feel about them? Well, because they neither fulfill our needs nor harm us, then they're distant from us, aren't they? This is very logical, very shocking. We should be embarrassed to think this way. But so we see everybody through the lenses of our needs, those who fulfill, those who proactively don't, and those who do neither. So we adore the friends, don't like the enemies, and couldn't care less about the strangers. This is the universe. So now we think they're equal. This is equanimity. They're equal to each other from one point of view. They're equal in their wish to be happy and their wish not to suffer. We can prove this scientifically pretty quickly, but it's hard for us to get there because we have all these problems, all this nonsense in the way, you know. So here we're thinking, just get yourself out of the equation. You know, you see these three people separately. They're equal in their wish to be happy and not suffer. That's the fundamental basis of developing love and compassion. So we think this way. So now, where's Jamcho in the prayers? Not coming yet. I think it's going to be a bit, just listen to the prayers and we'll say the refuge a few times and you might just get used to it. It's a pity we didn't have them before we started. So okay, I'll just say this sweet little, this prayer, for those of you who haven't done it before, let's say what it is. The Vajra speech of Mahasiddha Tangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. And as Rinpoche says, in the, I always read this, if you don't know it before, I'll tell you now, in the colophon, Rinpoche says, this is the original colophon. Once an epidemic was spreading from one person to another at the great seat of the glorious Sakya monastery. Whatever the mantric masters tried, thread crosses, tormas, medicines, mantras, protection amulets, and so forth, had no effect, and the monastery was in danger of annihilation. So at that time, the great Lord Mahasiddha Tangtong Gyalpo performed the space refuge, recited a number of Mani mantras and proclaimed this prayer, after which the entire epidemic immediately ceased in dependence upon its performance. So thereby it became renowned as the Vajra speech, radiating masses of clouds of blessing, entitled The Prayer Liberating Sakya from Disease. Okay, so now we'll recite together the refuge first. So now, okay, let's first do the refuge prayer. Okay, and it's very subtly, it's a bit different from the way we Gelugpas do it. It's quite sweet. It's a bit different. The last line is interesting. So, okay, all together we just think this, and then we visualize as we're doing this, we visualize all the sentient beings together, all reciting it together, all the millions of beings throughout the universe that we're visualizing. They're all, you see them all in human form, but they're all, imagine them all experiencing their own particular sufferings of their own realms. And we imagine we're reciting this together. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are the people who are on the Zoom, some of you might have the prayer and some might not, so just listen if you don't have it. Okay. So all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge. We go for, I like to say the words instead, we rely upon. That's what the meaning is, rely upon. So we'll say that instead. We rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas. So we have to bring in the dakas, I'll bring them in. There's these female and male kind of cute ones that make you blissful. This is in Tantra. So we bring in the boys as well. Dakas and dakinis. We rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. The Dharmakaya is the name of the enlightened mind. The Nimanakaya is the name of the form that the Buddha, like in the statue, takes, the one that ordinary people can see. And the Sambhogakaya is the one that, the subtle one that high beings can see. And that's the form Chenrezig is in. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, we rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis. We rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space. We rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis. We rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space. We rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis. We rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space. We rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis, and we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now we visualize, continue to visualize. No, we start to visualize now. Lama Chenrezig so compassionately sending from his brow, from the white Om at his brow, radiant laser beams of white light that penetrate every being's brow, our own and everybody else's in the universe, above, below, behind, to the sides, behind, underneath, everywhere, on top. It penetrates our brow and then instantly fills us. And then, especially thinking of all the pandemic people, the COVID, the Omicron, the Delta, all the people, and all the people even suffering as a secondary kind of results of this, being separate from your mother and all these kinds of things, you know, all of these, we visualize all the light penetrating, the particular ones who've got the suffering of the, what's going on? Who's that? What was that bell? The front door.
That's the Zoom, people coming in.
Okay. They're coming in. Good Lord. Oh, I see. Okay. And so then we visualize this light flooding into them, and then particular ones with incredible, those ones are suffering, but everybody else with suffering of pain of the body. We know, I mean, look at the animals. Always think of the animals. They can't go to doctors. If they're lucky, they might have one vet. But look at the billions of creatures that suffer unbearably, eaten alive, their bodies in torture. They can't even get a Band-Aid, you know, poor animals. And then all the humans who are living in hell, living in the suffering of physical body pain. No matter what they take, it doesn't change. We know this is unbearable. All of the beings suffering from the physical suffering of physical pain, which of course, when we understand it, is the result of harming others in the past with our bodies. But so we imagine all this light purifying this incredible pain, taking it away, but also purifying all the karmic seeds from the billions of lifetimes of harm we've all done to countless beings with our bodies in all our past lifetimes. All those seeds are sitting there waiting to ripen as future suffering, and we do not want this. So imagine first the pain now being annihilated, and then annihilating the karmic seeds of the past actions before they ripen. This is the crucial one. Imagine this so happily, wanting this for every single suffering sentient being. As we sing the mantra a few times, and then we can recite it silently, really visualizing this, really wanting this, you know. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Padme Hum. Strongly visualizing. Om Mani Padme So continue to visualize this non-stop, the white light pouring from Lama Chinwezi's brow, entering us, everyone, alleviating all this pain and annihilating all the karmic seeds from the past harms before they ripen as suffering. Wanting this for every sentient being is now as we recite a few times these verses but from this Sakya Lama. See, one of the things about prayer is really its aspiration. It's not always necessarily asking someone to do something. Some of the prayers are like that. But it's really, may this happen, may this, may that. It's intention. Intention means may, I want, may this be, may this happen, may I do this, may I get that. It's an aspiration. That's in a sense, the meaning of prayer. And it's just the very thought itself that sows the seeds, that has the power, and then hooks the Buddhas and they do their job, you know. So this is, yeah, everything exists on the tip of the wish, intention, I will, may I. As Lama Zopa says, that's the meaning of karma, actually. It starts with the mind. So we recite these verses from our heart. You recite, or you can just think them and meditate on the meaning. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. These are all types of sentient beings. It's related to the Tibetan medical system. You know, lots of beings out there who suffer, who harm us. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. You want that, might be easy for you now. I think it's uniquely for you. You're the only person who can see it. No, they can. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of... That's right, the Lord of Death. There's no Lord of Death, it's just creative mind. It's okay, but it's good to think about it. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedication and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, don't forget to continually have the white light pouring from Lama Yeshe's brow, filling all the sentient beings, wanting this for them, that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses in the bhutas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So continuing to visualize. This time we imagine we purify the karma of speech and mind as well now. So imagine this time from Lama Chenrezig's throat, this radiant red beams, laser beams of light come from the red R, entering into our throats and everybody in the universe, penetrating and filling us all completely. And then here, first of all, purifying all this suffering results of negative speech, which, I mean, they're all the results, we're going to go into this, environmental results, all the different results of people doing it to us, people not believing us because we've lied in the past, thinking we're being abusive when we're not paying attention to our words, all these different results. We'll go into this. The karmic results of harsh speech is negative speech, as well as environmental results, and everyone can experience these. So purifying all of these results of negative speech, as well as all the seeds of negative speech in the past, of course, particularly created as humans. Animals don't do much with their speech. I mean, they have loud voices, loud noises, but maybe abusive speech mostly. So purifying all the karmic seeds we've already put into our mind that haven't yet ripened as suffering, annihilating these seeds, purifying them before they ripen. All of this, full of this radiant red light. As we say these, say the mantras so happily, wanting sentient beings to be free of suffering. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 The red light coming and purifying everybody, wanting this. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Imagine all beings full of this radiant red light. Imagine they're all free of all the suffering as a result of negative speech, all the different sufferings. There's 4 kinds of suffering: the suffering of lower realms, the suffering of the environment, the suffering of the tendencies to keep doing it, and the suffering of having it done to you. We'll discuss all this. And all the past seeds before they plant, before they ripen. This is crucial. Free of all this. Be so happy for them, full of this red light. And now a few more times the verses. Again, purifying the body. Just go back to the first one, the white one. Radiant beams of white light coming from the white Om, entering our throat, our brow, instantly annihilating all the suffering and pain, all the sentient beings of the bodies, and purifying the seeds planted in the mind from the past actions of harming others with our bodies, getting them before they ripen, full of this radiant white light, so happily, as we say the verses again. Wanting this from our hearts. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as if they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as if they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as if they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now, why don't we now visualize the third one? We'll visualize this time Lama Chenrezig purifying our minds, which of course are the source of the problem, which is what we're getting into today. Better hurry, we're running out of time. So here we visualize Lama Chenrezig at the throat, at his heart, blue hung, like the blue hung, radiant laser beams of blue light that penetrate our heart and enter into us, totally filling all of us, and this time eradicating instantly all the delusions, all the neuroses, all the misconceptions that are, primordially deep there, that misrepresent the world to us, that cause us to harm others and cause our future suffering. And so the ball keeps rolling, So visualize this blue light radiantly filling all of us and annihilating instantly the root delusion, the view of the neurotic kind of concrete self, believing in a self that doesn't exist. Then which gives rise to the attachment to get what that self wants, then gives rise to the panic attack of aversion when it doesn't get what it wants, and all the other thousands of nonsense. Imagine all this eradicated. How amazing. Be so happy for everybody. Free of all this. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 It's blue light filling every one of us, eradicating all the nonsense, all the delusions, all the misery, all the anxiety, all the depression, all the anger, all the rubbish. Gone. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So we can do more again, a few more times the prayers, the verses, as well as, again, visualizing the white light coming, purifying the body and the karmic imprints from past actions that haven't yet ripened, annihilating all of this, alleviating sentient beings from their suffering and its causes. Continue to visualize this white light coming, radiantly powerful from the white Om, filling us completely. And imagine all the sentient beings be free of the suffering, the relief, unimaginable. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leaving an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. As I always like to point out, this one, just see those words, we sort of take them for granted, but listen, if even at this moment we have relative peace of the body, not too much pain, we're relatively not dead yet, reasonable well-being, reasonable health, and long life. Do not take it for granted. It's because of the unbelievable past not killing and not harming sentient beings. We're experiencing the fruits of our own past virtue, our own past refraining from non-virtue of the body. So don't take it for granted. It's a miracle. And why have we got it? What do we do with it? We use it to develop ourselves and benefit others, continue to grow more virtue and more non-harming. Don't just sit on it. Don't just rest on our laurels, take it for granted, which is what we do. Every second of happiness is the fruit of virtue. Every second of suffering is the fruit of our negativity. So we have to own both. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as if they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And now we imagine we've purified all the delusions. We imagine we've purified all the results of the delusions. We've achieved liberation from suffering and its causes. But now we've got to do more, by the adding of bodhicitta into the mix, and much work over many lifetimes. We remove even the subtlest imprints. They refer to them as a sort of obstacles to omniscience, which is, plus added with, combined with bodhicitta is why we become a Buddha, 1 billion times more powerful than merely achieving your liberation. Because now you have the wisdom that sees everything as it is. You have this infinite empathy with every being as if they were you. But crucially, you have this capacity, this power to manifest in billions of bodies, in billions of universes for the sake of billions of sentient beings for billions of eons. That's your job. As ridiculous as it sounds. That's Buddha. So now we imagine purifying all these obstacles to that omniscience, to those qualities, visualizing the three lights together, the white to the brow, the red to the throat, the blue to the heart, all sentient beings, three together, removing even these subtlest imprints, and all becoming Chenrezig ourselves, our natural potential. Strong wanting this, visualizing this. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Wanting this for every being, coming Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So now we imagine Lama Chenrezig, imagine there's the multicolored lotus that he's sitting on dissolve into the sun disk and the moon disk, and they dissolve into his body. And he, imagine now, Lama Chenrezig comes to sit above our heads, every one of us, facing the same way as all of us. Imagine that. So now you imagine very happily wanting to be oneness with our body, speech, and mind. It dissolves into white light and absorbs through our crown, enters into us. And then we imagine we are, the energy of the Lama's body, speech, and mind, the energy of Chenrezig's body, speech, and mind merge with our body, speech, and mind. As Lama Yeshe says, union, oneness. Every living being completely full, totally as a Guru Buddha, becoming oneness with the Guru Buddha. This is our potential. So now imagine, all totally blissful, all in the form of Chenrezig now, every one of them. So now you imagine they all, from all the 10 directions, top, bottom, north, south, east, west, whatever ones, those ones, all dissolve into you. From all the 10 directions, these radiant Chenrezigs all dissolve into you, making you even more amazing, more radiant, more blissful, more powerful, enhancing your Chenrezig energy completely. Imagine. And now you imagine, you expand, no sort of shape or form. You just expand to fill the universe. Imagine this, as vast as space, blissful, clear, radiant, your own energy, vast as space, blissful, clear, radiant, as big as the universe. No thoughts for a couple of minutes, no thoughts. And then now we finish. Delight, we've done this for 1 hour, all these thoughts we've had, all these aspirations, these thoughts, how amazing, what a rich, amazing hour, these thoughts, these seeds we planted. So may all of this ripen exactly in the future as we sow, as we motivated, as we intended. That's the power of thoughts. Delight, we've done this. May all Lama Chenrezigs around the universe, all the holy beings live long, long lives to continue to show us the way for us to become Chenrezig, so we can be of benefit, just like them. That's it. Who's next on this little computer? Only 1 minute to go. Who's on next? Who is it? There's Sarah in Boda. There she is. She'll manifest in 1 second in the window, I'm sure. Now 13:59. Wait till she comes. So we can carry on, I think, have a little bit more, is it, teachings, yeah? Then we can have a break again and have afternoon tea. Sarah's not coming. Never mind. Well, just leave it then. It's okay. So goodbye, everybody, and the people will come soon. And I'll see you all later. Thank you, Nina. Thank you, Nana. Thank you, Laura, Patty, Viva. There's Sarah. She's there. She's coming. Look at you.
Sorry, I was just getting myself a coffee.
Well done, girl.
You me a cup of coffee.
You enjoy your coffee, babe. I can see Boda. How wonderful.
Yeah, yeah, it's packed. It's 8:30 at night or something, and it's absolutely packed.
Oh, how lovely. I
I'm
love
having
it.
a nice cup of coffee.
I'm so happy, Sarah.
How's Leeds?
Leeds is not. Leeds is good.
Have you seen David Midgley?
David was here yesterday. I saw him last night.
Wonderful, wonderful. I think
Okay,
he
then.
started it all. Well, take care, Robina.
I
much
will.
love.
Goodbye, precious.
Yeah.
Bye, darling. Goodbye, everybody. Bye-bye. There we go. That's it. Done. We have to unmute now, don't we? That was the doorbell rang, so we have to try and stop the unmuting. Okay, let's carry on. Maybe I can put this back down again. Thank you, dear. I've got some water here. Don't worry. I've got water. Okay, let's carry on. Okay, so let's now go into some detail about the psychological model of the mind, okay? Let's go into detail about that. So just remind, you know, as we discussed, there's two ways the mind, the two divisions to this work about describing the mind. One is they call it the epistemological model, which means the way the mind functions, like very technical. And it's utterly fascinating. But the broadest point I just made was, and already this is pretty profound, is to see the distinction. Hello, Tony. He's got his blanket. Sit down, babe. Sit down. So, you know, is the distinction. Are we all ready? We're okay? We're settled. Good. Okay. Kerry, close the door. He did close the door, half closed. Keep the coziness in. Okay, so again, remind, okay, the distinction between sensory consciousness and mental. I mean, the more we think about this, the more mind-boggling it actually is, you know. But we're so, in our thought, you know, in our modern world, we so think of ourselves as this one big fat unitary lump of me plodding through life, isn't it? And actually, we mostly think we are only the body. That is our model, isn't it? We're only the brain, we're only all these, you know, the things. We don't even posit a separate thing called a consciousness. So it's kind of interesting. No wonder we are attached to our body. And as far as we're concerned, this anyway is instinctive. We are the body. This is me. I mean, Lama Yeshe says at the time of death, the main attachment is to the body, because that's what we think we are. I mean, look at us. I mean, the more we look at the sensory consciousness, the more profound it is. As Lama Yeshe says, we make the body the boss. We know we've got thoughts and feelings and emotions, but we even think they're physical too. But here's this major distinction, you know. So then the sensory consciousness, like dumb animals, basically, with respect to animals. And then what gives life and flavor and taste and rage and love and happiness and joy and bliss and paranoia and all the rest is the mental consciousness, the thoughts and feelings and emotions. That's where the workshop is. And that's where that's the job. That's what we have to learn to understand. So even just seeing that we start with the senses, that's the doorway to others, isn't it? Then we already are, there we are, locked in our nonsense, because a sound is what you happen to be attached to. So then you immediately call it delicious. And we assume, this is the thing where the mental consciousness comes in, all the thoughts and feelings, in the workshop, this is the trouble. Now we're going to go into the mental consciousness. The thought that arises That's a nice sound. We believe it with absolute certainty because there's no analysis. And that's the job we have to do now. Let's look into this, how we start to break down the different parts of our mind and the roles they play. It's a really intricate job, you know. It's like you see a flower in a garden and it looks lovely. And then you become a botanist, you completely transforms you because you break it down into its millions of component parts and understand the functioning of it and what it is and how it becomes it. That's what knowledge is, you know. This is what we have to do with our minds, with our actual subjective cognitive process itself, the thoughts and feelings and all that stuff. That's the job. So now let's get on to this. So like I said, this is the psychological model, the contents of the mind. So we've got very simple, I mean, initially this model is sort of deceptively simple. Negative, positive, and neutral. I mean, we go already, what? I mean, you go to your therapist, what is your therapist? Please would you tell me all the states of mind that fit into the negative ones? What are the positive ones and what are the neutral ones? It is not a model we use. Completely different kettle of fish, isn't it? There's no fourth category for the Buddha. So there are those states of mind, mental states at this level, conceptual states, concepts that are not in touch with reality. The thing we have to get used to. So they're delusional. It's a great word in English. I see other languages don't have a word that's equivalent. It's a brilliant word. It conveys precisely Buddha's point. You know yourself, if you're accused of being delusional, I mean, in modern psychology, we're really offended because we know someone is accusing us of not being in touch with reality. And it's a shocking idea. Like when someone's hallucinating or believes they're Mozart or something. But the Buddha says we are all delusional. It's just a question of degree, that's all. That's the key function of these neurotic states of mind. They have two main functions. They're disturbing, and that's pretty evident. And then they're delusional. That's the more subtle one. That's what we're going to describe. So there's thousands of these, but the Buddha has them all down. They can subsume to three. The three poisons, so cute, 3 poisons, the 3 toxic emotions. The root one, and there's a hierarchical relationship between them. Intimate relationship between them. The more we understand these 3, the more they're so utterly kind of like connected, you know. There's flavors of the same thing. So the root one, as we all know, is called ignorance, ripa, unawareness, the root delusion, the source of all suffering, such that when it is uprooted, the realization of emptiness, we're out of samsara. We cannot fall back after that. There's more work to do, but you can't fall back after that. That's the primordially deep one, really hard to look at, really hard to see, really hard to feel the concept. Now, to feel the consequences of it, we absolutely do, and we'll discuss it. But to identify it, wow, that's pretty subtle. So what do we have to identify? The two branch delusions, which effectively run our lives. The next one, the main one, effectively the main source of our suffering in daily life, this is the Buddha's analysis, but so shocking to us, because we can't hear it, is called attachment. But like we began last night, you know, it's not just some, it's a bare bones state of mind. It's got a simple definition, but you have to put meat on the, what do we say? Put meat on the bones. You've got to taste the experience of it, and that just takes time. No quick fix. Like you can know the theory perfectly of music, but it takes you a long time to experience the truth of it on the piano. We know that as a process. So attachment is, I always say, is multifaceted. The bare bones of it, the bare bones of the consequences of having practiced it in countless lives, that's the way to put it. You wake up in this life, the main energy of the result of the suffering of attachment is dissatisfaction. Sounds pretty simple, dissatisfaction, but it's primordial with all of us. Do we not all have this fundamental belief that somehow we don't have enough, have not achieved enough, do not get enough? Whatever it is, it's always this default dissatisfaction. And when it's really serious, it's experienced as I am not enough. We absolutely know this one. It's a bottomless pit of dissatisfaction. There's logic to all this, but that's what we have to become familiar with by understanding the mind, understanding this analysis. So then, because you're dissatisfied, it's automatic. It means something's missing, doesn't it? It means something's missing. So naturally, we look for something to fill up the gaping hole. It's pretty obvious. This is the hankering. If you feel dissatisfied, like, as I say, it's the thought of food. It's satisfied in, oh, what's missing? And oh, might be food. Oh, good, chocolate cake will do the job. You grab onto chocolate cake, hoping that'll fill up the hole. Or it might be another boy. It might be the more music. Or it might be whatever it might be. Attachment is attachment is attachment. But it's limitless in its ability to make up things, to dump onto certain things, depending on your habits. For some people, it's jumping on little girls. For some people, it's stealing. For some people, it's killing. For some people, it's eating cake. Hopefully, mainly ours is just eating cake. Can you imagine waking up in this life, like my friend in death row in Kentucky, Mitchell, who's a Buddhist. He says, another fellow there whom I know, and he says, Robina, he thinks of torture all the time. So one of the signs of attachment is you think about that thing all the time. We know that one. So if you like jumping on girls, you know your mind, it's in the back of your mind all the time, isn't it? That's the pain of the daily pain of attachment, because you're always feeling you're missing something. You're always thinking of it. We know that's there. Like food's a pretty obvious one for most of us. When I go to bed at night doing my practice, I'm thinking about going to sleep. I'm attached to sleep. When I get up in the morning, get my breakfast, I have my practice, I'm thinking of breakfast. We all know that. It's an attachment function because you feel like you're missing it. So you want it, you're craving for it. So you think about it. I mean, that's a simple level. And the thing you crave is the habit you have. Not everybody wants to jump on little girls. Not everyone wants to torture. Most of us want to eat cake. The object of the senses, in other words. So attachment is dissatisfaction, then hankering after something, thinking about it all the time. Another function of attachment is always looking forward to something. Look at this. Always looking forward, forever. Now I'll do this, and now I'll do that. Now I'll have afternoon tea, and then I'll go to the dinner, I'll have this, I'll go to sleep, I'll get up, then I'll have breakfast, and then I'll do this, and then I'll do that. And then in a month I'll have a holiday, and then I'll have a retreat, and then I'll do this, and suddenly you're dead. And then if you're a philosophical materialist, big shock, because there's no longer anything to look forward to except the black hole. Excuse me shouting. Do you understand? That's why Lama Yeshe says it's amazing. That's why Lama Yeshe says you can be wise and use attachment, this aspect of it. So if your mummy's Christian and she's dying and she's worried, you tell her, Mummy, God loves you, Mummy. God is in heaven. God's looking forward to seeing you. And your husband's there. You can look forward to going to heaven, so you relax. Because one of the functions of attachment is to hanker after getting something. Another function of attachment is to grasp onto it when you've got it and terrified of losing it, which is the suffering of death. And then the next one is looking forward to it. So you use wisely, get them to look forward. It's using attachment to relax the person's mind, because they can't hold on to this life. It is now finally over. So that's skillful. But meanwhile, we're talking about the suffering of attachment here. It's all of this. Neediness, expectation, manipulating to get something. All of this is a function of attachment. It's multifaceted, not like some simple thing in the mind. It's huge. And it drives us. It runs the show. It drives every living being until you're highly advanced in your spiritual practice. So then, what's the relationship between that and aversion? The third one of these three poisons. And there's probably 1,000 times a day you go between them, because aversion is the response. The millisecond attachment is thwarted, it doesn't get what it wants, or it gets what it doesn't want. The thing is, this is not just when the really serious bad things happen. That's only when we notice it. Like when your hubby leaves you, or when you get cancer. But this is happening 1,000 times a day, and we don't pay attention. This is our trouble. It's like the analogy of the wheels falling off. We don't notice the mind until it's so severe, it's screaming. That's the wheels falling off. We have to learn to see the wheels when they start to wobble. Then you can handle it. This is really a good way to put it, I tell you. This is daily practice, which demands constant awareness of your mind, catching the attachment, catching the aversion. But this is subtle. We've got to get used to this. We've got to practice it again and again and again. Because why is it hard? Because we're totally addicted to the outside world. We don't notice what's going on in here until it's screaming. That's the problem. This is why we have to learn these skills, you know, to pay attention to the mind at the same time as you're paying attention to the traffic and the husband and the children. It's really quite literal, and it takes time. And then, of course, you enhance that ability by doing a retreat sometimes, you know, or even doing a session in the morning or in the evening, where you're just with your own mind. It's just so logical. So you've got ego grasping. Ego grasping is a colloquial term we use for this ignorance when it's clinging to me. It's a primordial function of the root delusion it's like a massive attachment. It clings frantically to a concrete, solid sense of an I, and then a concrete, solid sense of everything else. And it underpins attachment and aversion. And this is what's fascinating. All these neuroses, and there's thousands of them, these are just the three. They're rooted in fear. Their nature, their flavor is fear. So we only taste that when we have like panic attacks or extreme anxiety, or you nearly get killed in a car accident, or you nearly die, your husband beats you up or something. It's only when the most intense thing happens that then triggers this panic and fear. And then we lose the plot, you know. But all the delusions are rooted in fear. I think it's so obvious, but we don't think of it that way. I always think of such a simple example. You see that child screaming out of berserk with anger, screaming, flailing about, thrashing, shouting. Excuse me, is that not evidence of a panic attack? Think of that. Is that not a person having a complete mental collapse? But we call it anger. Oh, he's just being angry. It's a panic attack. Think about that. Listen to his words. It's like the world is collapsing. All delusions. Look when you're jealous. Look when you're jealous. It's a complete panic attack. So all the delusions, their nature, their flavor is fear. That's how they talk about in Buddhism, they talk about the fears of samsara. It sounds so abstract. It just means caught up in all the dramas. And we're up and down like yo-yos. We're complete bipolar. I mean, I say these words purposely, not trying to be sarcastic. We're all bipolar, all up and down like yo-yos. It's just a question of degree, that's all. Honestly, I'm not joking. It's a perfect way to put for the Buddhist analysis of the mind. So the logic of this is, as you keep practicing, controlling your body, controlling your speech, living in your vows, doing your purification, doing all your purification, what the result, and then you work on your mind, the result is that you become more stable. You become more emotionally stable because you're in charge of your mind. It's not a mystery. It's hard work because you grab the wheels before they fall off. You grab them when they're just wobbling, then you can adjust them. And I really mean these analogies. They're so good. The result is you become more content, more fulfilled, more stable, less up and down, less neurotic, less panic-stricken, less blaming, less self-pity, less guilt. Literally, this is the consequence of practice. This is what it means. Okay, when we read Buddhist literature, it doesn't sound like this. This is our words in daily life, you know. We should all be so happy to do these kinds of practices. But it's the hardest practice we'll ever do because we love to blame. We love to point the fingers. We love to feel like an innocent victim. We love, and then we try to get off the hook, and then we deny. We live in denial and sort of blame. You know, it's like, well, it's so ridiculous. But of course, it's hard work. That's why it's hard work. So the thing is here, it's very interesting how we analyze our problems now. We say, yes, I know I'm angry, but it's because I'm sick. It's because the boyfriend was mean to me. We have to find something out there that is the cause because we want to get off the hook. We want to feel it's not my fault. That's this sense of not my fault is very deep in the way we suffer. So it's really hard to distinguish between the external and the mind. And this is the clinical kind of job we have to do. Bad things do happen. Fact. But we have to see our mind and own that part of us. So yes, we might be sick. Yes, we might have been abused. I'm so shocking to talk this way. So this is why it's a hard job. Because we use the external event and the sickness and the thing and the bad behavior of the boyfriend and the poverty and the no one giving me, we use that as a reason why it's not my fault and therefore it's okay to be angry, jealous, depressed, anxious, go crazy. That's the way we think about it. So it's hard to hear it so clearly that the main reason we're suffering is not the sickness. The main reason we're suffering is not the boyfriend punching me in the nose. This is so shocking for us. The main reason we're happy is not because the boyfriend's so kind. The main reason we're happy is because our mind is virtuous. The main reason we suffer is because our mind is angry, jealous, depressed, anxious, worried. It's a very simple explanation, but because it's so loaded for us when we hear it, we can't hear it. Because it sounds like, you mean I'm the fault. We hear everything in terms of blame. You know, that's how ego works. It's so ironic, you know. So it's hard to navigate this and to hear it really clearly. Got to have a sharp mind, you know, to hear this. It's difficult for us. Because we hear it's blame, but it's not. It's Buddha's trying to tell us the cause of our problem and the solution. It's very simple. There's the Four Noble Truths. There is suffering. There are causes. You can be free of both suffering and its causes, and how to do it. It's a very practical presentation. If you've got a problem, you first have to label the problem accurately, don't you? But then your next job has to be to label the causes of it. You've got to find the causes. Because if you want a solution, you will never find it till the cows come home until you know the causes. Once you've identified the causes, the solution is implied. So clearly, if I think the boyfriend punching me is the main cause of my suffering, very simply, or if I think the boyfriend's kindness is the main cause of my happiness, it is logical that I must get more and more of the boyfriend if I want more happiness. And if I don't want suffering, I've got to get rid of the boyfriend. That's the logic we use. That's our life. But Buddha's saying the logic is mistaken. He says it's a misconception. You've got a wrong recipe. He's not being moralistic. He's not saying the boyfriend doesn't play a role in your happiness and suffering. He says you give him too much power. You're overstating his role. You're missing the crucial component, which is what goes on in your mind. It's a very technical point, but we hear it as loaded and blame, and it sort of freaks us out. So it demands a lot of attention. First, hearing the thoughts of the logic of it, and then applying it. You know. So the first is there is suffering, then there are causes, and you can be free of suffering and its causes, and then how to do it. So the heart job is work on the mind. Before that, you've got to control your body and speech, like I said. That's the first thing. So let's look now then at, say, who was my boyfriend? Oh, he's gone. Alessio went. So I need another boyfriend. Oh, I forgot. I forget people's names. I'm so sorry. Never mind. I'll call Kerry my boyfriend. Is Kerry there? Yeah, there he is. I abuse him all day anyway. He must be my boyfriend. I'm always shouting at him and telling him off and how to run the centre better and how to hire and fire people. It's all right. No one's getting fired. Don't worry about it. I'm just talking. So anyway, let's say Kerry's my boyfriend. You know, and what's going on here? There's two things going on. One is in the negative category, in the unhappy category, in the neurotic and the deluded and the exaggerated, distorted, ridiculous, distressing category. The main thing is attachment. So I say I'm in love with Kerry. So attach, and then in the next category, the virtuous, positive, reasonable states of mind. There's another one I've got, which is called love. So of course, in our culture, we conflate them. So we're in trouble right away. That's why when we hear Buddha say you've got to give up attachment, as Lama Yeshe says, he says that means we go, oh, I've got to give up my heart. I've got to give up my happiness, because we assume love and attachment are the same. They're utterly, completely, and totally different states of mind. Like we say like the English say, the Americans don't have this. They're like chalk and cheese. That's English, isn't it? That's right. We say that in Australia. Americans don't understand that one. They're like chalk and cheese. Perfect analogy. So that means if it's true, and if attachment is the source of our pain and the love is the cause of our happiness, we had better know the difference. So what is it? Okay. Attachment is a distorted, neurotic, delusional, disturbing state of mind. That essential function, it exaggerates the deliciousness of Kerry. It exaggerates his role in making me happy. It's a complete fantasy, actually. But it's totally ingrained in us, totally spontaneous. We've learned it to perfection over countless lives. Your mother doesn't teach you. We just fall into it head first and then believe every story that attachment tells us. So first of all, why do we even have it in the first place? Why am I even looking for a Kerry? Because I'm dissatisfied. And this is the deepest pain of attachment. Attachment actually is the symptom of a really suffering person who feel, the stronger the attachment, the stronger you feel dissatisfied, the more you are less and less and less of a real person. In other words, attachment is a symptom of a totally suffering, empty, miserable, nothing person. Literally. So it's a total fantasy. Buddha says everything we are is right inside us here. Everything we are, all the potential is in right here. We totally believe that I'm an empty nothing with nothing, I'm nothing, and I need a Kerry to fill me up and make me, and go get, and the Kerry one, the person one, is more than the cake, isn't it? It's a total, it's an entire lifestyle, isn't it? It's a complete lifestyle. It's the way the universe runs. You know, couples, families, houses, jobs, mortgages, education, this whole energy of family, which is like runs the universe. And most of the animals have it as well. And just wanting sex, that's like one tiny bit of it. So, you know, so it's not everybody has that one. I mean, as I said, attachment, this hunger for something that we think is missing, it will dump that onto anything, depending on the karma we have, you know. Some people don't want a partner, but they want to kill fish all day. That's why the first level of practice for the Buddha is at least don't do actions that harm others based on your attachment. At least don't jump on 14 girls a day. At least don't kill. At least don't steal, because they're driven by attachment and aversion, but they may harm others as well as ourselves. At least refrain from those. So attachment is emotional hunger. I'm nothing, therefore we have to have. We don't articulate it like that. We know that, but we can analyze it. We can see. So then the more I feel I'm nothing, the more attachment fantasizes Kerry, the more divine Kerry will look to me. See, not only that, because if you can be this is not always quite true, but you can be a fairly together person with lots of love and compassion, but still have a fierce attachment for your beloved. There could be like this intense connection from many lifetimes. They will appear divine to you. So it's just a function of attachment, but you can still have good qualities. So if you've got attachment and not many good qualities, that's when the suffering is unbearable. If I've mainly got attachment for Kerry, now go to the second one. If I haven't got much love, so what's love? Love defined as a delight in Kerry being happy, wanting Kerry to be happy. Compassion is wanting him not to suffer. That's love and compassion. And this is the difference between them. Attachment is I-based, fear-based, internal, kind of constricted, separate from others, tight, concrete, neurotic, greedy, miserable. But if you've got love, then that mitigates it, that calms it down, you know. And that's valid, reasonable, rooted in interdependence, connected to the other. It's a reasonable, valid, useful, appropriate state of mind. And it's rooted in reality, dependent arising. There's a sense of interdependence when you've got love and compassion, isn't it? And it's the source of your own happiness. The first one's the source of your pain. This is the source of your happiness. So the more love I've got in that relationship, I'll have the attachment, but that'll temper my attachment. I'll work with that, and then the relationship can be reasonable. You'll work on it. But the more attachment you've got and the less love and compassion, that's why we kill each other or kill ourselves and go crazy. That's why we suffer. That's why we suffer. That's why we suffer. But the thing is, we've got them both in the mix, so we have to identify them, distinguish between them, because we think they're one big lump, you know. They're totally different states of mind. But the more, because they're so come together, this is why it's hard to distinguish. That's why it's like if I don't know, and I don't know botany, but it's some clever, okay, for example, in Australia, I was walking in our centre called a teacher centre. It's in the bush, but 2 hours north of Melbourne, very flat and lots of kind of things growing, but kind of not like flowers, not like lush, you know, like in green, like a lush, not like lush and green, but kind of brown and all sorts of weird little berries and things. And I've got a nephew, many of them, about 35, I think, nephews and nieces. I've lost track of them. Now I've got grandnephews and great-grandnephews. I've really lost the track. I haven't got a clue who they are. So anyway, my nephew, Justin, he's a, what do you call him? He knows all about growing things. What's the word? Oh, no, another word. Who? There's something, a list, horticulturist, thank you. He's a horticulturist. I think that's the one. So he knows growing things. It's a really good example. I have not got a clue. I walk through this ground, this looks like boring growing things to me. And he goes, oh, look at that little berry. And he picks it up and says, this is this and this is that. I couldn't tell that between anything else. I wouldn't have a clue what is good, what is a weed, what is a herb, what is a flower. But he knows it. He can see it. It appears to me, but I don't know how to label it. That's how our mind is. So we have to distinguish between them. But we don't know the difference between herbs and weeds. We wouldn't have a clue. So we have to learn Buddha's botany, which isn't what we're discussing here. So when you look in your mind, you can identify. You thought that was love, but actually it's completely attachment. You hadn't thought before. And this is not when it comes to full flooded emotion. You've got to look at before it gets to the wheels falling off. So love is completely different. Love is altruistic. Love is spacious. Love is forgiving. Love is patient. All of these qualities are there. We have love and we have attachment. So it's hard work to distinguish between them. But they're utterly different. If there's any goodness in our relationship, it's because of love. If there's any misery, it's because of attachment. That's a fundamental truth. But it's so conflicted and confusing for us. So, okay, attachment runs the show, the dramas, and it's utterly linked to aversion. Aversion is the bare bones name for anger, really. So aversion is the bare bones state of mind. Attachment, aversion, these two poisons, Buddha calls. And the relationship between them is so integrated, so intimate. Aversion is the response when attachment doesn't get what it wants, because attachment is a junkie. Another way of talking about attachment, this is really, again, primordial. Another broad way of saying what attachment is this constant hunger to get only the nice things. It's like attachment is like a child in here who's totally fragile and cannot stand getting what it wants. It has a panic attack the second it doesn't get what it wants. Now, we know those words, they sound kind of mean. That's attachment. It only wants the nice things. And it has a complete panic attack, which is aversion, when it doesn't get them. Or another way to put it, attachment only, every millisecond, only wants what I want, which we assume is what is the nice things, is what I want. That's the same, isn't it? The sound that I want, the sound, the smell, the taste, the things to work the way I want, the movie to be the one I want, the sound of the food to be the one I want, everything in the outside world that's seen through the lenses of attachment, we've got to get it to be the thing that I want. It's I-based, totally I-based, totally I-based. And it's therefore the nice things. So, and it's fragile. Attachment is really fragile, meaning the millisecond it doesn't get it, panic attack. And that's aversion. That's aversion. That's aversion. So when it's volatile, it's kind of anger. When it's milder, so when it's volatile, the wheels are falling off. When it's milder, and this is a joke for our minds, so we don't think this is suffering at all. It's called annoyance, irritated, frustrated, upset. We use those words, and that sounds like nothing. You don't go to your therapist, oh, I got upset today. She will laugh at you. But that's the wheels wobbling, and that's when you start to pay attention. That is a moment, that's that second when attachment didn't get what it wanted. Attachment is a default assumption. It's not as if it just pops up occasionally. It's a default assumption there all the time. Constant, unceasing. It's an assumption that I must get only the nice things. It's an assumption I must get only what I want. I mean, it's just to show how deep it is. It shouldn't make us feel miserable. It should show how we should have compassion for ourselves. This is the root of our suffering. This assumption is the root of our suffering. So everything is seen in the universe through the reflection of what fulfills that need. The second you see or hear or taste or touch or smell something that doesn't fulfill what attachment wants, you call it ugly and you have aversion to it, depending on how strong it is, you know. And we go between these two 1,000 times a day, and we never pay attention until it's extreme. Are we communicating? Do we recognize? This is Buddhist analysis. So we better learn to identify. Or the other delusions are rooted. In fact, I'm sure when Ling Rinpoche was here, I guarantee it, he says it all around the world now. I've not heard it with any other lamas. It's very curious. They say it in the text, but he says it a lot, the young Ling Rinpoche when he came here. They talk about 84,000 neurotic states of mind, and I always wonder what text you're going to find that in. I ask all the Geshis, they say, oh no, you're not going to find it. The Buddha always talks about 84,000 delusions. And I wonder, Dan will see the map, please. But they all say you can't find it. I don't know, it has to be somewhere if Buddha taught it. 84,000 neurotic states of mind. They all subsume to the three. So it's handy to have these three. All the others are rooted in these three. It's a really good, clear presentation of the neurotic states of mind. So he says 21,000 are rooted in ego grasping, the root delusion. 21,000 are rooted in attachment. 21,000 are rooted in anger. And the fourth 21,000 are rooted in all three. So really, if it were there, the map, it'd be a coherent map of all the mental states, all the neurotic states, all got this relationship with each other. They're not like random states of odd states of mind. They're not random. It's a very clear presentation. But even the half a dozen we know about, which are good enough to know about your mind: attachment, anger, jealousy. Jealousy, for example, is rooted in anger. Surprising. Anger is coming from attachment for sure, but you know, they all got their own function. They're very specific. And you learn this in low rig, and then you put the meat on the bones by meditating and seeing it yourself every day. But attachment and aversion, if we can start to recognize these primordial ones that run everything else, and how we go between them all the time. And this is the trouble. So some of you aren't volatile. Some of you won't scream and shout and yell. That's clear. But we've all got attachment, and we all have aversion when it doesn't get what it wants. So for some people, it manifests very quietly. And because everything builds up, it's not just random events throughout the day. It's like everything builds up. Everything builds up, day, week, month, years. For some people, the moment they don't get what their attachment wants, shout and yell. Other people, it takes 17 years, and then one day the straw that breaks the camel's back, and they collapse, you know. Everything builds up. That's why we've got to catch the moments throughout the day. This is really intense. We don't catch the moments. We only catch them when the wheels are falling off. So we've got to learn to pay attention to our behavior and our minds. This is the essence of the job of being a Buddhist, and it's enormous. It takes masses of hard work because we're addicted to looking at the outside, only the outside first. And then when it triggers things here, we try to blame the outside, and it's not my fault. We're trying to get off, we try to get away with it, get off it. That's the function of ego, is to get off the hook. I mean, I mentioned before, there's like some person, for example, being really angry. Somebody I'm thinking of, who wrote a really angry letter. Doesn't matter who to, doesn't matter who it is. It's not anybody in this room. It's okay, don't take it personally. Because their expectations weren't met. I mean, really abusive, really clear, really angry. And then they later apologized and said, well, my brother died last week, and you know, that's why I'm upset. That's the weakest example you could ever have. We all do that though. What's your brother dying got to heaven and earth got to do with abusing somebody? It's got no relationship, you know, but we like to find a reason. Oh, I had a headache today, we say. Oh, my husband was mean to me this morning. We all do that automatically. Are we communicating? As if it were a valid reason. I mean, yeah, we're all under stress, but they're not logically connected. So, because it's hard to acknowledge the delusion and own it. It's hard. It's very painful for us. When we can, that's the miracle, because that's where the solution is. And that's what takes time. The ego's job is to get off the hook and to blame. I didn't ask to get born. It's not my fault. That's the illogic of ego's voices, you know. So it's really hard to unravel all that and be very sincere to ourselves. So of course we have the other extreme where we blame ourselves totally, and that's equally absurd. That's guilt, and I'm nothing and nobody. So we see the job of the function of all the delusions is they exaggerate. They all exaggerate. So guilt exaggerates your badness, over exaggerates your role in something. Anger exaggerates somebody else's badness. And we run between these two extremes. You know, they're both distorted. They're both exaggerations. And they're instinctively deep because they're the function of ego grasping, the root delusion. So I think time for questions. Come on, ask me some questions. 20 to 14, 14, 40. 1, 4. We'll have a break in a minute. Have a cup of tea. So any questions, people? Come on. Just exactly. Okay, good, Kerry. He's going to complain about me now. I know. Oh, first you. Okay, then Kerry. Sorry, darling. Yeah. Okay. Talk to me.
How do you start to rationalize irrational attachment?
What do you mean by that?
For example, like my attachment to my child.
Oh,
It's
okay.
very deep.
You see, that's where you're conflating Buddha's view of attachment with yours. They're completely different terms and different states of mind. Can you hear that? What you're talking about is love and compassion and connectedness.
Yeah.
That's not attachment.
Yeah.
Attachment will be there because you've got a close connection from past lives, and because you have masses of love, there'll be masses of attachment for your baby. But that's a delusion.
Yeah.
It's hard to hear it. But that's what over-exaggerates your baby's gorgeousness. And that's what makes neurotic mothers defend their babies when they're murdering everybody. Oh, they can't help it, the poor thing, you know. I mean, mummies do ridiculous things. That's because of attachment, not because of love. Love is wise and strong. Love is clear. But we all have attachment. I mean, I joke and say, I'm glad my mother had attachment for me. She would have killed me otherwise. Do you understand? So mothers will forgive anything when it's their children, which is just as well.
Yeah.
So attachment, and this is hard for us to hear because it sounds so clinical. But if you were a bodhisattva, let's say, a holy being who's given up attachment and anger, you'd have a karmic connection with that baby. It would be your baby. It would look divine to you, but you wouldn't be fooled by all that. You wouldn't be neurotic. You wouldn't be possessive. You'd have a much bigger view. You'd be loving. You know they're your job, so you've got to take care of them. But you wouldn't have this neurotic, hungry, needy, neurotic attachment. Understand my point? There's a karmic connection between you and a baby. There's your love for that baby, your responsibility. You know it's your job. All of that are virtues, but it's mixed and polluted by what Buddha calls attachment, which we just sort of put in there as something normal.
Yeah.
Are we kind of communicating?
Yeah, definitely.
Attachment is the sign that it's mainly attachment is if you suffer. Is if you suffer when it doesn't get, like your child rejects you, your child hates you, your child abuses you, your child, whatever they do. That's when it's the pain and the suffering, which is, I mean, the pain and suffering of parents, they come to me. It's heartbreaking, the number of parents whose children reject them totally and blame them for everything. It's unbearably painful. So it's really quite a subtle point to constantly see how the delusions are neurotic and the virtues are valid, and they come together. Of course, mothers have attachment. Now think of the mothers who don't. They are the mothers who abuse their babies. Because why? There's not much love. There's not much compassion. And there's also not much attachment. Do you understand if there's a lot of attachment for your baby, you also got love for them. Then you'll put up with lots of terrible things. But a mother who's more involved in herself, who's self-centered, but doesn't have much attachment to her baby, she'll just see this ugly thing who shits in their nappies and makes my life miserable. Are you hearing my point? Yeah. But the mothers who've got attachment and love will put up with the rubbish. So this is why mothers kill their babies, because they haven't got much attachment. That's the irony. Are you kind of following me a little bit?
Yeah. I suppose it's the fear that also comes with the attachment of sorry, it's really hard to explain. The fear of like of loss and of, because a bit when I had my child, it was just that fear of loss constantly.
There you go. That's right. And that's a sign of attachment, darling. Yeah. When you're really attached to money, you're terrified of losing it. When you're really attached to your husband, you're terrified he's going to die on you. That's a sign of attachment. And that's where the pain and anxiety comes. That's exactly one of the functions of attachment, sweetheart. Exactly. That's not because you love your baby. It's because of the fears that come. You know, and of course, in our modern psychological views, we think that's a reasonable one because it sort of helps to protect. And you can sort of see there's an advantage to it. But if you're a bodhisattva who didn't have any attachment, you wouldn't have any fear either. So it's just good to see it, you know. It's okay, you're a human being.
I suppose it's how do you work on that fear? How do you get rid of something that's so irrational that?
Well, it just takes time, sweetheart. Attachment is primordially deep and eons old and quite irrational. But whether it's the baby or anything else, it takes a long time. This is quite subtle stuff. You know? One step at a time, one step at a time. I mean, even the one, I mean, in our culture, we assume we make our babies, don't we? There's no other logic. Babies come from you, so you make your baby. Well, Buddha says it's a rude thing to say. You don't make your baby, you just provide us a body. How kind you are, but it's not your baby, babe. They do not belong to you. You did not make them. They come with their own stuff. So that kind of thinking is helpful. And you're there like a gardener to give them a good life and let them go, you know, isn't it? There's all these different ways of thinking that help. But it's very deep, and of course it's deep, darling. I mean, one of my sisters has got 7 children, like I said, about 7 children, about 35 grandchildren, now great-grands and all those next ones, all those ones. I mean, she's like this matriarch. She's amazing. I respect her. But she laughs about her intense attachment when one of her daughters started leaving home. She'd be obsessed and neurotic. She'd sneak in at the car at night and drive around and check into the apartment, the daughter, not letting her ever know she came to check that everything was all right. She jokes about it. I mean, we went to Europe together when she was 19, when I was 23. And she jokes about how our mum used to worry. And now she herself conceived exactly this obsessive, insane, ridiculous anxiety about her children. But she laughs about it. I mean, sneaking out at night to drive past the daughter's apartment flat to make sure she's okay. I mean, she would never admit it, you know, so ridiculous. That's what mums do. That's attachment. That's how it works. I mean, we shouldn't be ashamed of it. We should just recognize it and know that as we're progressing, we lessen it and get rid of it and grow more strong and clear and wise. Do you understand? Long term, sweetheart, long term. Thank you. Good. Kerry, you've got a question.
I wondered if you could just talk about the connection between love and compassion for others and how that works with the constant need to be liked and praised all the time.
No, I know exactly. That's the deeper attachment. Let's talk about that. Okay, thank you so much. This is the really, really primordial attachment of all. Attachment to babies and attachment to sex and attachment to food are like gross in comparison, okay? This is the most primordial one. You know yourself if you've read all the literature. You don't hear about this until you hear about the 8 worldly dharmas, this weird kind of, you heard about the 8 worldly dharmas, some of you? It's the weirdest packaging. I thought, who are these people talking 8 worldly dharmas? It's attachment at a more primordial level. In a way, we've been discussing it already without stating it. So there are kind of 4 pairs of this attachment. Like I said before, this is a way of talking. One way to talk about attachment is it's a deep assumption. It's not articulate. It's just an assumption, deep in your bones, an assumption. And the first one is this constant assumption to have happy feelings, that I must have happy feelings. I want to go into the word feeling later. And then again, tomorrow, it's fascinating. This is this other one, word to talk about. I'm not exposing my body to you all, am I? I don't want to do that. Okay, there it is. All right. Okay. Wait, I haven't hardly begun. I've got another 10 minutes to go here. Then you can ask. All right. Hardly begun, babe. Thank you. Okay. So the first of this one, we're getting to the one Kerry mentioned, is this constant assumption that I must have happy feelings every second. And that's what we mean by happiness. That means everything has to go nicely. And the millisecond the wrong thing happens, our attachment shifts to be free of the unpleasant feelings. We'll do this later, never mind. The second, there's 2 different lots. The last one, the last 2 lots, and they seem very similar, but they're different, is the constant craving to hear nice words with our name in them. It's constant. And it's like when you're with people, it's almost like you're hungry to hear it. And then the second you hear words, unnice words with your name in it, panic attack, and now attachment shifts to being free of those unnice words. But the last 2, this is what Kerry's talking about. These 2 seem a bit similar. This last one, they call it simply attachment to reputation, but it's the most primordial. And really, to put it very, very simply, it's this deep hunger to literally be liked. I mean, they say the yogis in the mountains have given up every attachment, but are still thinking of what the people in the village are thinking about them. So when we notice this one in our minds, you know, we think it doesn't matter what people think of us. It's a total joke. It's so constant in our thoughts, we don't even hear the thoughts. It's the last one to see. There's a constant assumption that we need to be approved of and liked by people. So when we're with other people, we're constantly adjusting our behavior every millisecond to get the right response from somebody. We're watching like a hawk to get the right response. And when we're on our own, we're thinking about what they're thinking about us all the time. We're adjusting our behavior. So this is where, especially in strong relationships with, say, boyfriends and girlfriends, that kind of thing. Actually, it's the main attachment. We think it's sex. Sex is just a consequence of getting all, of liking each other. But the real one that's so painful is because we feel like we're nothing of a person. We feel like half a person. That's a symptom of what attachment is. Attachment is a symptom of being a half a person, a less than a person, not a whole person, not a real person, not a valid person. So since we're born, since we got mummy, came out of the mother's womb, there's this assumption. It was, of course, inarticulate when you're a baby, but it's always there. And you're observing, and then mummy smiles. That satisfies this craving in us to be seen as a good girl. You're a baby almost. And the next day you smile again and mummy punches you. No wonder we get confused. There's this constant hunger to get a good response from people, to have people smile at us, to have people praise it. The praise is part of it. And then to have a good reputation. That's why we're thinking all the time about what people are thinking about us. Every time we think we're talking to somebody, in our mind, we're always telling somebody something. We're always telling our experiences to somebody. At work, something happened, you're driving home and you can't wait to get home to tell your hubby. You're telling things to people all the time. We always need someone to talk to, someone to verify us, someone to approve of us. Somebody to agree with us. That's what the low self-esteem is. We don't think we're worthy, and because we think nobody else likes us. They call it attachment to reputation. It's simply the craving to be seen and heard in a good light. Constant. So loneliness is a symptom of this. Analyze loneliness. Loneliness is this feeling that I've got no one to talk to. Analyze, why do you need to tell someone else your thoughts? Think about this. There's not a fraction of logic. Why is there a craving? Why do we feel we're not so worthwhile? Because we haven't got someone to talk to, because we are craving other people to hear us, to verify our thoughts. Our having thoughts for us is not enough. They have to be heard by somebody else, and a person has to say, I understand. This is a mental illness, people. Now, in our modern world, as I find it very fascinating in modern psychology, we say we need socializing to become a proper person. So that means we need to be approved of. Now, don't misunderstand me. We do need approval. We do need mummy to be kind to us and to love us and to grow and to help us grow. We need that, but not based on attachment. When we are a proper mother and we praise when it's necessary and criticize when it's necessary, you'll grow up a decent child will grow up and be their own person. But all we do is crave approval, and then we never feel we're enough until we get it. And then we put that onto the boyfriend, to the boss, and we never become whole people. We assume I'm nothing unless somebody else says I'm something. It's really primordially deep. And until we realize emptiness, we're going to have it. So it's completely a nightmare having this enormous hunger for having Kerry's approval. Every second thinking about Kerry and what am I going to do for Kerry, I'm going to love Kerry, and I do love Kerry, but it's mainly driven by this attachment. Because I'm craving Kerry to say, all I'm doing when I'm thinking of cooking the dinner for Kerry, I've decided to offer Kerry dinner. He's coming home, he's coming to visit me. All I'm thinking about as I'm cooking the dinner is Kerry saying thank you and Kerry smiling at me. That's why when I give him the dinner and he looks a blur, I want to kill myself. He didn't approve of my dinner. Are we communicating? He's taking pictures of me looking ridiculous. This is primal, and we call it natural. So the thing is, the trouble is when we hear, I've got to give up that, we think you're going to chuck the baby out of the bathwater and you become some autistic meditator on your own in the bush. No. You become more loving, more wise, more compassionate, and more clear and courageous. And you want to give the cake because you want to make Kerry happy, but you're content with your cake. You don't want his approval all the time. Why do you think all these poor kids kill themselves? Because we live now with all the social media, we live on approval. We don't think we're anything until someone says you're something. But the irony of this is, you know, Kerry's a ridiculous, idiotic boyfriend who wants my approval, and I'm an idiotic, ridiculous girlfriend who wants his approval. And we're these kind of nightmares trying to prop each other up and have ridiculous approval. I don't think I'm worthwhile, but I want his idiot approval, and he doesn't think he's worthwhile. Why would I want his approval, and he's an idiot as well, like me? Are we communicating? We are demented. And then because I've exaggerated his divineness, and then suddenly as we start to live together, he starts to fart and breathe loud at night, I start to think, who's this pathetic boy? Do I want his approval? And chuck him out for another one. Because attachment exaggerates. The more you're emotionally hungry, the more divine Kerry will look. I love, in the New York Times, one of my favorite sections is the wedding section. Or they call it love section. I think it's different. But I just find it fascinating because when you read, I'm not being sarcastic now. When I read and people, they always have a feature main couple. You know, and of course, they're really, you know, what happened here? Where's the fire coming from? I was getting close to the candle. Better be careful. I've got no hair to burst into flames though. So I remember in this, it's like you hear the way people talk and it's wonderful. I mean, she's the most amazing person, the most empathetic person I've ever met. All these words, they revere the other one because you're totally in love. You see their eyes shining with joy, looking at the other person, you know. And then I've got another section where you read divorces. 20 years later, those same people. And I'm not being cynical here, but this is the function of attachment. Attachment makes the person look totally divine. And that's why such bliss. When Kerry is looking at me as if I'm a goddess and I look at him like he's a god, the joy just of that. You don't even need sex. Are we communicating? The heaven of someone thinking you're utterly divine is attachment to reputation, getting what it wants over 1 billion years all at once. It's why it's so blissful. And then the devastation when he leaves me, that's the devastation. Not because he don't want to have sex with me. It's because he stops approving of me. He stops looking at me with adoration. That's the suffering of attachment, not getting what it wants. We build ourselves up to this insane level and then smash to the ground. That's the suffering of attachment. The trouble is here, we also know pleasure and joy comes from it as well. So it feels a bit depressing to think I've got to give it up, that I'm going to be this boring piece of cardboard and don't look at anybody and don't care. Not like that. The more you give up attachment, it's replaced by love and empathy and joy. That's another whole discussion. We'll discuss this. Are we communicating, Kerry? That's what you want me to say? So it's hard work because the trouble is what motivates, if I'm trying to hook Kerry in the bar, you know, trying to seduce him, that's totally attachment at work. And also you can see in relationships, it's very brutal, the power thing, you know, seduction is so heavy. So every second I'm seducing Kerry and I'm seeing him looking at me and I know I've got him. I know I've got him, you know. Do you understand me? It's so heavy attachment. It's so wicked. It's so evil. You seduce him to get him, to hook him and get him and stick him in the bed and you chuck him out. Are we communicating? I have to control myself to be too rude, you know. And that's mainly something, people are addicted to that one. It's a real addiction, seducing people, because you see you got them, you know. That's all attachment and reputation. It's exactly that one, being approved of. And then that's how bullies work, how bullies, like, you know, the classic one of the victim in the relationship and the bully. That's exactly what it is. The bully can manipulate the person who's a victim because, you know, she's looking at him like this and he's down like that. That's when we start to get our own power and start giving up attachment and craving and fear. You become strong. And like those two dogs that fight, you know, you see two dogs and one becomes the victim. Then they become strong, the other one becomes the victim. That's how it is in relationships. It's so brutal. All this is to do with attachment. So disgusting. Whereas if you have, you know, you practice patience, you practice kindness, you practice love, compassion, then it becomes a stable relationship. And you stop playing all those games, you know. And you probably have better sex than ever than then, because it's not all manipulative and controlling, you know, it's not heavy. They're much more kind. And this is the interesting point. This whole word now, it's a whole new kettle of fish. You have to have a cup of tea break and then I'll talk about it. Come on, have a cup of tea break. Food for thought while you have a cup of tea. I'll see you in half an hour, okay? Half an hour will do. No, Damsha. What time are we stopping today? 3 o'clock, 3:30 to 4:30. Yeah, that'll do. That's okay. Everyone's doing okay? You're not collapsing yet, not exhausted. You're okay. Have a cup of tea break, all right? 30 minutes. And then
I had a question.
he's a naughty boy, Damsha. Naughty Damsha. Okay, I'll see you all later.
Oh,
Half
what
an
about
hour, okay? I think so.
what about questions? Any questions? Hello? Wasn't she going to take some questions?
Then we'll kindly add notes to teachers this week and can download versions from the website suitable for iPad or tablet and phone. So if you look there.
Oh, they didn't know about this yet. They didn't know this yet. You knew already. Okay, good.
Okay, just double
Okay,
checking that.
okay, that's really good. That's good. Yeah, I really want you to get the notes. Okay, it's all the stuff we're talking about, but in a different way. So there's one, I realized that all the course notes we have are like on A4 paper. Try to read an A4 sheet of paper on an iPhone. So I format all the course notes for the phone as well as the tablet. It makes it a lot easier. Okay, so, and Beth is my formatter. Here, Beth. She does my editing and my formatting and my proofreading. She's a genius. Yes. Okay, no, let's have some questions. Yeah, I want to have some questions. Okay. Hello, Kevin. Yes. Talk to me.
Hi there. I'm Kevin from Southampton in England.
Where's Kevin? Hello, Kevin. Yes.
Yeah, hello. I'm from Southampton, England.
You what?
I'm from Southampton in England.
Good. Okay.
Hi. I think I wrote to you about this friend of mine a few months ago. She's got mental health issues and she was in a mental hospital because she jumped out of a window.
Indeed,
because she kept having suicidal thoughts.
Yeah.
Anyway, she has been released into some learning difficulty place that she didn't want to go into because she's very intelligent. And she was telling me that she hasn't seen her 21-year-old daughter for a few years now. And I think I made a mistake by saying that it's unhealthy to have excessive attachment to people or things. Since I said that, she's had no contact with me. And
So what's the question? Good. What's the question, Kevin?
For over two and a half years I've known her. My question is, what can I do about this feeling of attachment to her? Because I did tell her I'm not here to fix her. I'm only here as a friend, and I've had a good friendship with her. But
So
since I said
what
that,
have you learned about yourself from it? What have you learned about yourself? That's the first thing. What have you learned about yourself?
that words matter.
That's right. Well done. Well done. You see, we
So
all have the wish. We all have the wish to help, which is compassion. But as His Holiness says, compassion is not enough. We need wisdom. We need to know how to help. So the learning here is clearly their words weren't appropriate to her. So then just learn to accept that. It's her suffering. Did you ever write and apologize or something? Maybe that'll help or not. I don't know.
I did. I've sent many messages.
Okay, then I think you have to let it go. And it's a good, this is the one about attachment. We won't naturally want people to like us. It's completely normal. You really do like her. You want to help her. You said some words that you didn't help her, but try not to take it too heavily. Try to realize this, learn from it as a learning, but try not to get guilty or feel bad about yourself. Just learn from it and move forward.
Yeah, I've lost a very good friendship with her, though. If she doesn't come back to me, it's a great loss in my mind.
I understand that. I understand.
So I regret quite a lot, really.
I understand, but don't make it guilt. Guilt will just drag you down.
Yeah, I wish I could go back and not say those words. That's all. That's what must have done it.
That's guilt. I mean, I'm not trying to give you a lecture here, but I'm trying to discuss it. That won't. You got to look at what will help you. So that view of I wish only if I hadn't done it, that doesn't help you. It drags you down, doesn't it? Would you agree with that?
Yes, but also I think I could have made her suicidal by what I said as well.
I know, but all I'm saying is this has happened. It's an event. The really brave attitude is like you break your leg. There's no benefit in saying, if only I hadn't broken my leg, what would have happened if I hadn't broken my leg? I shouldn't have broken my leg. I'm bad for break. We never stop thinking this way. And that's all related to guilt. And it's not helpful, Kevin. You have to think and act that will be helpful to you. First, you learn from it. You have to learn from it, and then you make a decision not to do it again, to keep getting more wisdom. You have to move forward. This is easy for me to say it, but otherwise you're making yourself suffer terribly, aren't you?
Yes, well, it's only because she had a history of suicidal thoughts, and
No, I'm talking about you, darling. I'm talking about
jumped out of a window.
I'm not talking about her. I'm talking about you. You are making yourself miserable by this negative, this guilt. If only I hadn't done it. What if I hadn't done it? That's the thinking that's causing you suffering. Would you agree with that?
Yes, because every day I wake up, I'm thinking about what I said.
No, but you're thinking about it wrongly. You're thinking about it as guilt and self-anger, and you're blaming yourself. I am saying that kind of thinking is causing you suffering. So you have to try and change your thinking to accept that this has happened and learn from it and move forward. Easy to say, but this is what we have to learn to do.
Yeah, I think it's because I also had some kind of emotional attachment as well. And that was the problem, I think.
No, that is the problem. That's why you're suffering. Precisely.
Yeah.
Precisely.
Yes.
Do your best, Kevin.
Yeah.
It's okay. Do your best, my dear.
Yeah, thanks. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other questions in the room? Anybody, any questions anywhere on the topic we discussed today so far, this discussion of attachment and love and all the rest? Questions? Yes and yes. So you go first and you go second. Okay. Orange first, red second. What, sweetheart?
Can you apply this basically to help like non-Buddhist friends, what have you?
I don't know why anything I said shouldn't be for non-Buddhists. I think it's
Right.
common psychology. I mean,
Yeah.
maybe you don't mention karma, maybe you don't mention those things. But this is practical, down-to-earth psychology. That's what's amazing about Buddhist teachings, if we unpack it and not make it sound so holy.
Yeah, that's what I
We all
meant.
recognize this. I mean, I give these talks to big groups of people, you know. I talk to prisoners like this. Maybe I don't use karma every time. I might say Buddhism thinks this, but all this is totally down-to-earth stuff.
Yeah, you know, just kind of just use it to help like your friends without.
What, darling?
Use it to help your friends when they're going through.
Sorry, what, dear?
Use it to help your friends when when they're going through sort of like
Yeah,
problems.
but the thing is too, but the first step has to be help yourself.
Yeah.
Because you can't do this for other people if you don't know about yourself.
No.
Because you don't even know how to say it if you don't know it for yourself. So
True.
right now, you know, I'm talking to each of us personally. We practice it and then we can help others. That's the point. This is the point to Kevin, you know. Exactly. Yeah. Yep.
So my question was literally just about myself, because I have a brain injury from meningitis when I was such a young age.
Brain injury, what?
From meningitis when I was still like an infant.
Oh, okay.
So
how does that affect you, this brain injury?
it means it affected the emotional region of the brain.
So never mind the brain. Tell us how it makes you feel. Tell us in Buddhist words, not the brain part. Don't worry about the brain. Tell us how you think the consequences of this are. Tell us how has it limited you in some way? Do you see it as a cause of some kind of suffering? How would you describe it?
It caused me to be depressed.
Never mind it. So you're saying you get depressed.
Yeah.
Why do you think, what is depression, do you think?
It's the lack of something.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Because depression, you were talking, you heard about what I was saying this morning, it was actually this afternoon. Attachment is the primordial energy that always wants something. You hear that? And then when it doesn't get it, or you think you don't get it, you have aversion. So anger is a volatile expression of aversion. Depression is an internalized expression of aversion. So you're no different from anyone else in that sense. I'm not trying to belittle you by saying that. But I mean, we have all these things. You know, it's true you had a brain injury, blah, blah, blah. But I mean, you know, you're a human being, you're intelligent, you've got good heart. And so it's okay. But so then are you a Buddhist? You are, aren't you? You say you call yourself a Buddhist, don't you, Jake?
Yeah, I'm a Buddhist. Yeah.
Okay then. So
and the question I had was about the
what, sweetheart? What? What did you say?
that my question was about medicine, so I'm taking
About what,
antidepressants.
darling?
Medicine.
Medicine. Cool. Okay, exactly.
So I'm taking antidepressants
Good. Does that help
for the brain injury because
But the depression, antidepressant is for your depression, not your brain.
yeah,
It's for your depression. So does it help you?
it does. Yeah.
Good. Well done. I'm very happy for you. So keep moving, babe.
Okay, thank you. That was my question.
That's
because
wonderful.
of
Nothing wrong.
Attachment, whether
No, sweetheart.
that's the wrong
Any
attachment.
medicine, anything we can do to help us,
Right.
to help our mind become more clear, and to help you know your own mind and know that, you know, the mind isn't stuck in stone. Maybe your brain's been whacked around a bit, but you've got this capacity to think, to experience things, to look into yourself, to know attachment, to know aversion, and change your mind. So you're doing well, Jake.
Okay, thank you very much.
Keep moving. Thank you,
Cheers.
darling. Someone else? Nothing. Okay. Mm-hmm.
It was really interesting what you're talking about, what you're saying about not basing yourself off other people and not looking for validation. But isn't it sometimes quite good to shape ourselves around other people and know where we're going wrong based on our friends or family that we love
I understand
and
exactly.
trust?
It's one of the dependent arisings. It's because we live in a world of other people. We're very social beings. We are interdependent. So all that's part of the good way of learning. But what we're pointing out is the neurotic, deluded, emotionally hungry, low self-esteem attitude towards it. So there's a virtuous and there's a valid way of doing that. So if you're really trying to develop yourself as a person, you learn to become more accountable, you learn to become more self-contained, you learn to become more your own validator, really seriously, you learn to validate yourself, and then you're more easily able to learn from others. You learn people, you observe people's behavior, you listen to things, and you learn, you adjust, and you adjust yourself. So that's reasonable approach. But the attachment one is a neurotic one. We're looking at the distinction between the neurotic one and the valid, reasonable one. So we have to see the difference.
I understand.
Are you with me?
Yeah, yeah.
That's wonderful. That's how we learn beautifully. Absolutely. There's no question. Yeah, for sure. What else, people? So here we're trying to distinguish the delusion, the neurotic, I-based, fear-based, hungry one from the valid, reasonable, appropriate one. Because if you, as I said, as you're progressing and letting go of this attachment, and you become more accountable and self-control and self-validating is a really good way to put it. We become our own person. It's a lovely phrase we have in English. Then you're easily able to learn from others because you don't take it personally. You know, you're not all kind of hungry and needy. You can make clear choices, clear decisions. Absolutely, no question. And that's very much a part of what empathy is and compassion. As the more and more, this is really Kerry's question, how in getting a relationship or having one, how do we distinguish? How do we navigate between the hunger to be approved of and a genuine, reasonable, good relationship where you're more authentic, and then you're more authentic and therefore more empathetic and compassionate. So now if our emotional hunger is so strong, the need to be approved of, we're watching like a hawk and all the time trying to make the other person happy based on that they will make me happy, based on being validated by them, then our compassion is really faulty. It's really not really valid. And then we become kind of, what's the term in English? Codependent. I'll scratch your back if you scratch my back. It's really delusional. There's no validity, there's no real valid love and compassion there. I'll keep loving Kerry as long as he keeps praising me and liking me. And as soon as he looks wrong at me, I have a panic attack and I'll withdraw my love. It's neurotic, you know, whereas it's more based on love and compassion. It'll be wise, and then we'll make wise decisions. When I'm needy for Kerry's approval every second, I'm scared ever to say no. Scared to say no. Whereas you've got more wisdom and more compassion, you'll have a wiser relationship. And, you know, I'll be more able to make my own decision. No, I can't go out tonight, darling. I need a break. I mean, simple things where you realize you're able to make a decision that normally you wouldn't make because you'd be scared you'd get upset. Or you're scared. Actually, we think we don't do something because we're scared we'll upset him. Mainly it's because we're terrified he'll reject me. So all our motivation is neurotic when it's mainly this one to be approved of, and it messes up with our compassion. But when it becomes more clear, we're more stable, then you make wise decisions. And of course, the other person mightn't like it because we're used to scratching each other's back day and night. So it's difficult if you start to practice in this way and the other person isn't, they'll freak out because they'll panic because you're not giving the usual feedback. So you've got to be very courageous to practice like this, you know, to be stable and not just needy and emotional and wanting their validation all the time, because that messes up everything. It pollutes the good part of us, you know. I mean, this is a really strong one in any relationships we have. And this is often what happens when people realize that relationship's over. I think in our Christian culture, we really believe if a relationship ends, it's like a failure. But the Buddhist view, as Lama Zopa says, that's ridiculous. There might be just a karma to have a relationship for a year with somebody. But when a karma runs out, it's like no matter how hard you try, there's nothing left. You've got to go, you've got to finish. There's nothing wrong with that if you do it for the right reason. But often what we're in relationships, especially if we're mummies and daddies and people and uncles and aunties and grandpas and all the family, the terror, I call it the tyranny of families, then you're terrified to realize this is no longer working. And you sit there in misery for the next 25 years, too scared to say, I should leave him. Either because you're just too scared, mostly because you're scared of what other people think, or you're scared of what he will think, or you lie to yourself. It's really confusing. We're not authentic. And I think I always quote this, and this is one example. This Australian nurse or something years ago lived in England. She worked with the dying, and she wrote a book, The 5 Greatest Regrets of the Dying. And the greatest regret, I didn't follow what I really knew I wanted to do. I didn't follow my heart. I did what I thought was expected of me. And that's the killer in most of us. Therefore, we just don't make proper decisions. We live there in a miserable life, scared to leave the hubby, this fat old ugly hubby who's been mean for 47 years. No, I shouldn't leave him. No, I shouldn't do that. Should, and then you die miserable. Because we're too scared to make the right decision, because we don't like getting criticized. Not just by a hubby, but by the whole family network, by the world. I mean, these days it's not so difficult. But it's still in some cultures, the family thing is so absolute. I remember one girl in India talking about what she'd love to, do what she's not happy doing what she's doing. And I said, well, you could leave the job and you could go away and do something else. She was absolutely speechless. It was so shocking to even consider that you would dare to do something that parents didn't approve of. That's how heavy this one is. Okay, to make a conscious decision, I'm going to give up my wishes and I'm going to take care of my mummy and daddy till the day I die. That could be a profound action of compassion. But the reason we mostly do it is not out of compassion. It's out of fear of being seen as a bad girl and of being criticized. This is really powerful for us, I think, in our lives. You're too scared to leave the job because you shouldn't leave a job. You mightn't get another job. You're too scared to leave the relationship. I mean, it's like really because we're not brave enough to look into our minds and hearts and see what we really need to do. I mean, if you want to kill your father, don't do that, okay? We've got to know what we want sincerely based on the right motivation. And then regardless of people's responses, regardless if it's seen as the worst thing on the planet, do it. We need to follow that. It's very strong. But what holds us back is what people think, in a negative way. That's what I'm saying. I bet you understand what I'm saying. I mean, really, it's not, yeah. When you look at some people in their relationships, 47-year relationships and 10-year relationships, people just live stuck in misery. Living in the same, that's the part that shocks me, living in the same bed as that person. I don't know how you tolerate it. Hyperventilator, the thought of it. Get me out of here. Because we're too scared to act. We're too scared to do what we really want. In fact, we don't even know what we want. We're even too scared to say it to ourselves. That's why that was very moving. The greatest regret of the dying, that I didn't listen to what I wanted to do. I didn't listen to what was really the best thing. I did what I thought was expected of me.
Was that across cultures?
Huh?
Was that across different cultures?
I don't know. I didn't check. I didn't read it. I just heard about it. What are the questions, people? See, also it's mixed up too with one of, the thing is we've got these unhappy neurotic attachment and we have good qualities. This is not criticizing our good qualities. Please, you've got to hear me. It's not chucking the baby out with the bathwater. Often it's the irony is that some kind people who are fairly patient and kind, genuinely kind, might never look at what they really want and they're therefore frustrated and miserable. Sacrificing your life for others is an amazing thing to do, but you have to choose it. And we don't often choose it. We feel it's like we're forced into it. That's the nightmare. That's the suffering. When we choose to do something, the freedom comes from that. The courage comes from that. to choose it. So whether you decide you're going to live with that ugly husband for the next 72 years because you really think it's beneficial for the children, the grandchildren, and him, that is an amazing decision to make. Courageous decision. In just the same way, you know, leaving the relationship because you know it's no longer working. I mean, that's got to be a serious decision, but knowing it's the right thing to do. You know, risking him being mad at you, mummy being mad at you, daddy being mad at you, risking that. So either way, choosing your decision is the main one. It's not one is better than another. But knowing, in other words, knowing our own mind, knowing what is beneficial, knowing what is useful, knowing what is appropriate, and then making that decision. It could be to stay with the ugly husband. It could to leave the husband. Either way, you choose it for the right reason. That's the point. And when we choose something, then we have power. Then we're content. Because also often we don't ever feel we've got a choice. And that's the suffering. That's the nightmare. But we do have the choice. That's why I always quote that example of my friend in prison, Sonny, 70 years on death row, living in hell, in isolation, accused of killing 2 policemen. Husband was executed. She lost her children. Her grandparents died. Her mother and father died, living in this hell. She said, I knew I had the choice to work on her mind. So she became a content, happy person in this nightmare. That's exactly the example I'm taking. When we feel we have no choice, then we're paralyzed. No matter how bad or good the environment is, we're paralyzed because we don't even believe we have a choice. So, one second. So, you know, really when it comes down to anything, this is kind of brutal. I always say it. We basically have 2 choices, only 2. One, stay and make the most of it and develop your qualities like she had to do in prison. She had no choice. Or 2, leave. She didn't even have that choice. We have those choices. We believe we don't though. I can't because of this. Oh no, I couldn't get another job. Oh no, he mightn't like me. Oh no, I'll see as a bad person. 1,000 reasons, usually based on attachment and fear. This is kind of intense, you know. Yeah. Okay, go. There's a question in the computer. Go on.
Hello, Robina.
Hello.
Who is it?
There we go.
Oh, hello, hello, my dear. I can't so far
Hello.
away the screen. Wish I could get closer
It's
to my.
me, Fernando.
Go on, darling.
Well, we have, I'm helping Jamjang in Leeds right now here with Zoom, and we have 2 questions here. One is from BN19B3B at leeds.ac.uk. And his question, or her question, I don't know, is about how to develop the ability to have a romantic relationship without getting attached to the other person. Is it possible to do that, or maybe reduce that attachment to the minimum? Could she recommend? Sorry.
Go on.
Could she recommend any exercise or a way to cultivate this? Thank you.
Well, the way to cultivate is to practice Buddhist psychology and Buddhist practice. I mean, we're just talking Buddhism here, but you could extract something from that without labeling yourself as a Buddhist. But I mean, of course, it's impossible. It's a joke. It's a joke to say, can I have a relationship without attachment? The only person who can do that is a person who's a bodhisattva. Because their love is so tremendous, their compassion is so total, they don't, they're going to be, you'll think they're in love with you, but then they don't have attachment. They don't have attachment. So ordinary people, we all have attachment. It's normal and natural life. Our job is to be conscious of it and to work with it and lessen it and grow the love and compassion. That's what practice is. That's exactly the point. That's what practice is, So it's a long job, a hard job. Who else?
Thank you very much. There is another question from Jivraj. Go on, Jivraj. Do you want to unmute yourself?
Sure, yeah, thank you. Hello, Venerable Robina.
Hello, sweetie.
I had a question about what you just said a few minutes ago about being stuck in misery and getting yourself out of it, and you have a choice. But sometimes I think you have to be mindful of certain things, like maybe if you have a child involved with your husband and you don't want to leave because...
Your voice is a bit echoey. I couldn't hear the last word. Say it again. There's other things involved, like the children. Yeah, but explain what you mean. Go on, say it. Speak it out. Speak it out.
So what I mean to say is, let's say if you're in a relationship which is not healthy and it's toxic, but you have a child also with the person. So that's when you're really stuck between, okay, yes, you have a choice that you can leave, but you are just forced to not do that or take that decision because of the child.
No, I
So is
understand.
that the right thing to do or not?
Yeah, but my point is this. That's exactly a perfect example. But my point is this. You can choose to stay and you can choose to change your mind in relation to the husband. You can, like my friend Sunny in prison, didn't have the choice. So she changed her mind. She learned to not go crazy in prison. She changed her interpretation of prison. The consequence was that she was happy. So you have the choice to stay in the relationship and change your view of the husband. That is what will make you happy. This is my point.
Okay.
You hear me?
Thank you.
Do you
Yes,
hear it?
yes.
It's intense,
Yes.
isn't it? It's intense,
It
isn't
is
it?
intense, and it's very difficult because you have the tendency of taking things personally, especially if you're being
You have the
called
tendency what?
names and things like that.
You have the tendency what?
Of taking things personally, especially if you're being called
Sweetheart,
names
of
and you're
course we
called.
do. No, darling, this is why it's so difficult. This is why you think of my friend Sunny in prison. Hear it seriously. She's innocent, on death row, in isolation, 17 years, and she did nothing wrong. Talk about choosing. She said, I knew I had the choice to change her mind, to change her view of her nightmarish experience. That's what practice is, sweetheart. It's really difficult.
Sure. Or maybe I think sometimes it's my bad karma that I did something like this with someone in the past, and that's why it's happening with me.
Well, no doubt about that. Anything good that happens is your karma, and anything bad that happens is your karma. Of course it is. But that's just what informs it. So in this situation, and this is where we really do learn to be happy and free, is when we decide we won't leave the relationship, we won't leave the job, or like my friend in prison, she can't get out of prison. So this is the power of knowing we can look into our mind and change our interpretation of the prison, of the environment, of the husband. That's real practice.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. And just one last thing: is there an end date to this type of karma that maybe I've done something like this? Is there like an ending to this type of karma that you've done something wrong to someone in the past, and that now that is the same thing is happening with you? So when does this end? Like,
that's why practice. That's what you got to do. I'm just wondering, do you have a Buddhist practice? I'm not saying you should have. Do you have a Buddhist practice?
Yes, I do.
Well,
I've just begun.
That's why the purification practice every day is unbelievably powerful. We must do the purification practice at the end of every day, regretting whatever you did in the past to cause this present misery, strongly having compassion for the other person, strongly doing the mantra and the visualization, and then making decisions to change. This is a powerful practice to do every day that really helps us do this job better.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Fernando. What else?
You're welcome. There is another question here also from Terry. And she asked, what should I do to forgive someone whom have harmed me when forgiving just don't work out?
So I have to ask this person to talk to me because I can't answer. I need more discussion.
Terry, would you like to unmute yourself?
Yeah, sure.
So explain what you mean, Terry.
If there's been like a situation in a relationship for whatever reason, something bad has happened or something bad's been done to me, and I try to get myself in the mode of forgiving, like really forgiving, but it doesn't happen. I just cannot.
Okay, stop. Good. Okay, so you say you can forgive them. You're able to forgive them, are you? In your mind.
Occasionally, a little bit, but
what?
Sorry, like honest, lasting forgiveness. I feel like it comes and it kind of goes.
Okay, darling. Okay, so actually, forgiveness is more like the compassion wing, and that's more advanced. So the first thing you have to do is, work on your own mind. I mean, this person. What about this? This person harmed you. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Are they in your life still?
Some are, yes.
Oh, you mean there are several?
Yes.
Okay.
Unfortunately, yes.
That's fine, darling. So listen, the first part of the work to do is this is where the purification comes in. So you have got to practice the view of karma, that if they are harming you now, you must have harmed them in the past. Then you do the practice. You regret the harm you did in the past. You regret it because you don't want this suffering. It's for your own sake. Then you must have compassion for them. Not must, you try to have compassion for them. Forgiving comes later. Don't worry about forgiving, but you have compassion. So why would you have compassion for a person who harms you is simply because they will suffer in the future because of that harm. Can you hear those words?
Yes, yes.
That is the reason to have compassion for them. Then you do the purification practice, and then you vow not to do it again. Now, that process is what heals you. You forgive yourself, you stop guilt, and you really learn to have compassion for them. And then slowly, slowly, eventually, when you realize that they are suffering because that is why they harmed you, then it's easy to forgive them. But you've got to do the internal work first. You can't just leap to compassion. You can't just leap to forgiveness. You hear me?
Okay, sure. Thank you.
You understand?
Yes.
Good, darling. Be brave. One step at a time. Take it carefully.
Thank you.
Don't rush.
Okay.
What else? Somebody else? No. Okay. So, yeah, this is a difficult one. Whereas all these positive thoughts and negative thoughts all mixed together like a big soup. We can't even see the difference, So the forgiveness one I find is very fascinating. If we look at our culture, which is based on, let's say, the Christian concept of forgiveness, and it's a really major one. We know that in Christianity, because again, like I said before, it's a crucial point. If you believe in a creator and they made the universe and they made you and they made the laws, that means they hold the power. And that means they can forgive or punish. These are the language we use, isn't it, with God? So that's why a negative action by definition is doing what God said not to do. And the purification for a Christian is God's forgiveness. So you've got to ask for forgiveness. Now, in our relationships, I think we misuse that. Let's say, with my relationship with Kerry again, I'm always late. I'm always late for our meetings and everything, always late. Oh, I'm so sorry, Kerry. I'm so sorry, Kerry. Oh, it's all right, darling. I still love you. And endlessly I'm late. And endlessly please forgive me, Kerry. And then he says, I love you still. Well, I just got off the hook. I'm using him to make me feel better. But nothing will change. Actually, if he's a really good friend, he should say, Robina, I'm happy to forgive you, but honey, you've got to change. You can't just keep asking me to get you off the hook. And we use that to make us feel better. Kerry's the one, I've harmed Kerry again. I'm all neurotic and guilty. Oh, poor Kerry. But I'm panic stricken because he might give me up. So I ring him up. I'm so sorry, Kerry. And I'm waiting for him to say, it's all right, Robina, I still love you. I go, oh, phew, off the hook again. Do you understand? Ego, because we need someone else to tell us we're okay. I've got to forgive myself. I've got to make a decision. I'm sick of this habit. Then I have compassion for Kerry. Then I purify it, and then I vow to change. Then things are different. We misuse each other. Because as soon as you have a fight with your friend, you're freaking out because you're convinced he's going to give you up. And all you want to hear is, it's okay, Robina, I still love you. And you're hugely relieved. That's attachment to reputation. So we misuse each other. So forgiveness is amazing. It's based on compassion. But just to make you feel better, it's very wicked. And the other thing about forgiveness, some of my friends in prison love the purification practice, the concept of karma, because you've killed somebody, you feel terrible about it. You feel you're overwhelmed by the grief and the loss and the shame and the guilt because the person's dead and they can't forgive you. So if we rely upon forgiveness to make us feel we're a worthwhile person, then you might as well give up if you kill somebody. They can't forgive you. And then we never forgive ourselves. So we just become exhausted. So relying on someone else to forgive you is really what reputation is all about. They make you feel like you're okay. Kerry makes me feel I'm okay. But if he doesn't forgive me, look what happens. So this is Kevin's problem. This woman hasn't contacted him for a while. He keeps texting and he wants her to forgive him, and she's not. So he's devastated and he feels guilty and I'm hopeless, I'm bad, I shouldn't have done this, I shouldn't have done that. What he's waiting for is to forgive him. That shows how deeply we are attached to being seen as a good girl. You with me, people? So what if a person doesn't forgive you, then you don't just stay in misery. You have to learn to change yourself, even though they don't forgive you. You know that you regret it because you're sick of the suffering. You have compassion for them and you vow not to do it again. So you can move forward from it. This is the huge thing about purification. But we hold ourselves back by being convinced I'm a bad person until someone says I'm a good person. And that's what we misuse forgiveness, you know. There's no role of forgiveness in the view of purification. Buddha's a nice guy, okay? He would forgive you, but it's not his job. That's a bit like, in Buddhism, that's a bit like going to your doctor and asking you to forgive you for smoking, assuming that that'll stop you getting cancer. We would laugh at that, wouldn't we? You have to take responsibility. She will forgive you. She loves you. That doesn't heal you. You changing is what heals you. You giving up guilt and anger and negative actions. That's what heals you. We have to heal ourselves. So Kevin's suffering because she's not forgiving him, which is reputation, attachment to being seen as a good boy. It shows how deep it is in all of us. In all of us, you know. This is a really courageous attitude to have. We have to heal ourselves, purify ourselves, forgive ourselves. This is a tragedy. Some people never can do that. So Kevin keeps beating himself up. I shouldn't have done that. If only I hadn't done that. It's useless. It's absolutely useless. Otherwise, Holiness Dalai Lama always quote this when we talk about the purification practice, and we'll do this more tomorrow. You know, and someone said, what's the difference between this attitude of regret and then guilt? So it's very clear his answer. He said, guilt, which is really internalized anger. That's all. You're the object of your anger. He said, guilt, you look in the past and you say, I did this, I did that, I did this, and then you conclude, and I'm a bad person. That's useless. It's anger. You did this, and you did that, and you did this, and you're a bad person. It's exactly the same, but you're the object. But what's regret? In this series of, which we'll talk about tomorrow more, the purification practice. Lama Zopa says we're insane not to do it every day. The regret is this kind of acknowledgement. Well, I did do it. I did. That's why I said to Kevin, what have you learned from this? What was the mistake you made? And not just all of that, Kevin, because, you know, she's playing a role in this. You didn't do everything. Don't exaggerate. Guilt exaggerates our role in the suffering, you know. We all play a role. It's interdependent. So take responsibility for your part of it, not hers. So regret is, I did do this and I did do that, same as the other one. But then you say, not, I'm a bad person. What can I do to fix it? Not make the relationship good again, not that. Heal this part of yourself. Because you sow these seeds in your mind that will ripen as your future suffering. And so this is his first point. The regret is compassion for yourself. I'm sick of this. I don't want this. I'm sick of this. So that's regret, is like compassion for yourself. That's what you do with it. I'm sick of this suffering. I'm sick of these bad habits I've got that are hurting me, you know. It's compassion for yourself. Then you think, whom can I turn to? Where's the doctor? So here, the doctor is the Buddha. He's not our creator. He's our doctor. And then we have the same step, the second step, we then have compassion for the person we harmed. And compassion for the person who harmed us. So in the regret one, in that case, let's say you had an abusive relationship, you know, you regret the actions. This is, you know, point before, Jivrav's point. A person's harming you now. And this is why it's so tough. The first one, regret. Well, whatever it is I did in the past, whatever it is I did in the past life to this person, because this is why they are harming me now, whatever I did, I regret from the depths of my heart. Because look, I don't want this suffering. It's like me with that fellow who punched me in the nose. Would have been silly for me to get mad at him, because I punched him before then. His punch was in response to my punch. So this abuser now, I mean, this is tough talk. We can't stand it in our culture. But that's why I keep saying it's also the same as about happiness. You know, why are you so happy now? We think it's because the husband's kind to us. No, this is a cooperative cause. It's because of your past kindness. But you're meeting a person who's kind to you now. Take responsibility. Own the fact that your past virtue is the main cause of why you got a kind husband. Your past non-virtue is the main cause of why you have a lousy husband. I mean, this is the logic of karma. We've got to remember the happiness as well as the suffering one. Whatever's in front of you, as Lama Yeshe says, is your karmic appearance. You created the cause to have him be loving to you. You created the cause to have him being mean to you. In each case, you own it. You delight in the virtue and you regret the actions you did to set you up to have this abusive husband, let's say. It takes a while to have this view, you know. Then you really are taking responsibility. And the regret is because I am sick of this suffering. I don't want this suffering anymore. I'm sick of this suffering. I'm sick of the pain in my mind, and I'm sick of this, you know, the suffering that I'm experiencing because of my own past rubbish. Then I think, well, whom can I turn to? Where's the doctor? That's the Buddha. You take refuge, you delight. You've got a decent doctor. Then you have compassion for this person, if you can. The one you have harmed, but also the one who has harmed you. Like those Tibetan nuns said, of course we had compassion for our torturers. Because we knew we must have harmed them in the past. And two, because we know they will suffer in the future. That takes time. In the same way that I'm suffering now, as a result of my past negative actions, they will suffer in the future as a result of their present negative actions. But you will never learn that until you know it for yourself. You will never know that until you've understood karma for yourself. And we miss this part in the West. We skip over it, you know. So there's these slow steps inside. And compassion is more advanced. Forgiveness is more advanced. If you can't go there yet, don't go there. Work on yourself first. This is so important. I mean, all the Bodhisattva teachings, you know, and the more advanced levels like transforming problems and all that. But Bonka Rinpoche says, you've got to be a suitable vessel to do that level of practice. They're outrageous levels of practice. If you're still in the victim mode and overwhelmed by your guilt and shame, you do not even have space for compassion. Don't go there. Be compassionate for yourself first. Understand karma, take responsibility, regret it because you're sick of the suffering, want to heal yourself first. This is so important. We don't hear it like that. We just hear it as guilt. I'm a bad person. It takes courage to think this way. Then you have compassion. Then you purify, and then you vow not to do it again. We'll discuss all this in more depth when we talk about karma tomorrow. It's a long-term job, people. I swear. Other questions, sweethearts? What time is it? I'll bring my clock again. What time is it, Emma? 4:20. We don't have to wait till 5. We can leave earlier. It's okay. It's been a tough day. What? Yes, go for it.
So let's say if we don't have guilt, when we become. So should I wait for?
Oh, okay, good. Yep.
So if we don't have guilt, wouldn't we become a little bit of like a monster? Let's say I punch you in the face. If I'm not guilty, I wouldn't say, oh, I'm sorry. And then you will punch me back. And then we'll just.
No. Guilt is a neurotic, deluded, self-blaming, angry state of mind. Regret is a wholesome attitude that says, I do regret having done that. But there's two parts to this regret. The first guilt is, let's say I punch you in the nose. And you're my boyfriend. And later I go home and I'm freaking out. First, because I'm terrified you might reject me. So I feel all this guilt. I'm over exaggerating my badness. Oh my God, he's not gonna, I'm such a bad person. I punch him, I'm so bad, you know, and I'm freaking out. That's guilt. It's neurotic. It's exaggerated. It's extreme. But what I should have instead, if I'm trying to do this practice, is I will regret my action. But first, because I don't want the habit of continuing to be angry. I've got to see the anger, how it harms me first. That's what I say. We miss this step in the West. Compassion comes second. First, I have to see that, look what I'm doing to myself. Look at this ridiculous habit of mine. Look how it's causing me suffering. This is regret first, for my sake. So I regret having done this because I am sick of this suffering. I'm sick of these arguments with you, and I'm sick of my own anger. Are you with me? Are you with me? That's wholesome. Then I say, now what I'll do is have compassion for you because I've harmed you as well. So there's two steps to it. First is like compassion for myself because I am sick of the suffering. I don't want this to continue. It's a ridiculous way to live. And I own responsibility for my part in it, not for your part in it. That's your business. Then I can see I harmed you and I will have compassion for you. Are you hearing me? Yep. There's a big difference. Sense, yeah. Guilt is neurotic. I shouldn't have done it. I'm a bad person. And you just drown in misery and it's neurotic. And then when I do ask you to forgive me. It's like I said before, it's so that I can get off the hook and you make me feel better. It's really unhealthy. Do you hear me?
Yeah, makes sense. Thank
That's
you.
a really good, it's an important point. Thank you so much for that. Who else has a question? All of this implies really seeing our minds well. And this is what takes time, I tell you, because there's so much layers and layers and layers and layers and layers of thoughts in there. They're all tangled together, you know. It really takes time to, this is why we need to have concentration. We need to have shamatha, you know, it's like so clear. But well before that, there's still plenty of work we can do, you know. What else, people? Yes, Tony.
So that second step, I think, you know,
What? Say it
when
again.
you of the process of regret and you know, I thought, you know, I think a lot about, you know, guilt and how, and you know, I've listened to you, been really helpful around how it functions and how it's a function of
that's right,
of ego,
yeah,
and how to argue with that, and how that's been really useful.
Yeah,
but I still think there's psychological steps in that process that kind of seem to bypass things like so for example, you know, you regret something and then that what can I do step,
that's right, that
seems to assume something that you can do something.
Yes, there is always.
Yeah, but it's an assumption, but that's not always felt. So it's like that. So
okay, I hear you, Tony, but listen, do something about it. If I've killed you, my first step is to regret that, because I am sick of this suffering. I don't want to continue to kill. I don't want to get killed in the future. I don't want to have the habit to kill. And I have to have this incredible compassion for myself that I'm sick of this habit. It must be a habit from the past. And it's about me and regretting what I did. Now, what can I do about it? I can't bring you back to life. I can't, if you've left me, I can't make you come back. That's not what to do about it. But how can I heal that tendency in my mind so that I purify it and then have compassion for you and then vow never to kill again? So what can I do about it is fix the imprint of my mind.
So when I regret something, my mind, and when it's what guilt is saying is it's, you know, like I'm a bad person. I've done this.
That's right. Yeah.
There's nothing I can do.
But not with guilt. No, I agree. But what about regret? Healthy regret, intelligent regret. Guilt and regret are completely different states of mind. One is self-pity, neurotic, exaggerating your badness, and paralyzed. Regret is wholesome and reasonable. And let me use an example. Wait a minute. Tony, let me just listen. That's why simple examples help. Let's say I've got a tendency to get diabetes and I eat sugar. So the guilt would say, oh, I'm a bad person. I ate sugar again. I'm so hopeless. I deserve to suffer. And you stay in misery. Isn't it? So, let me finish. Would you agree? That's useless, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because you've just eaten sugar. And now the point is regret is based upon the crucial point in karma that you just sowed the seed by harming me, let's say. You just sowed the seed for future suffering. This is where it's abstract for us. Now, you don't want suffering, do you, Tony? So what are you going to do about it? Bloody well purify it and pull the seed out before it ripens. That's the point. That's the one thing to do, because it's based upon the view of karma. And that's tough for us. It's based upon the law of cause and effect, that everything you do that's negative will sow negative seeds and ripen as your future suffering. So you have to know you don't want diabetes. You have to know you don't want future suffering. Just being guilty about eating sugar, if you don't know the consequences, don't waste your time. But there'll always be consequences to every action we do. And this is the fundamental view about karma. Everything you do that's negative will ripen as your future suffering. You don't want future suffering. That's what you're fixing. What can I do about it? Pull it out the seed before it ripens. That's the point, Tony. That's the whole point. It's basically regret is karma.
But yeah, I mean, but it's that statement that you can always do something about it. That's not always known.
Because you're full of guilt instead. Yeah. Well, get rid of that guilt and have regret instead. It's self-respectful. Guilt is like, oh, I ate sugar and I got to go to my doctor and apologize. And I'm so neurotic. I'm so sorry I ate sugar. That's useless. The second you realize you ate sugar, the attitude is, oh, what a fool. I can't believe I ate sugar. Quick, let me apply the antidote so it doesn't ripen as diabetes. That's exactly the view, and this is why it takes time for us in the West to hear this. There's always something to do, not to fix the problem, not to make you come back to life. I can't make you come back to me because I've finally driven you away, my craziness. But I've got to start healing myself by seeing the harm I cause myself, by seeing my crazy anger, by seeing the things that I've done that will harm me. That is what regret is based on. And that's a huge first step. Then it's easy to move forward after that. And then compassion for the person I've harmed, purified, and then vow never to do it again. That's the whole point of the 4 opponent powers. If you can't see there's anything to do about it, anything to do about it is simply to turn to the doctor, Buddha, and take his medicine, and so that you heal that seed you planted, so that you take the antidote to the diabetes. That's the whole, you've got to see that regret is based on something that you've done that will cause you future suffering. That's the logic of regret. It's not just sitting in isolation.
Yeah, I see a lot of this, like this despondency and despair.
That's because of guilt. Because you're a bad boy. You're a naughty boy, Tony, doing your bad actions. That's why it's so deep for all of us, Tony, to have guilt. It's so automatic. We can't even see the difference between it. We sit, we regret, we're resentful, we see and it's so heavy to have guilt. Guilt is one of our worst sufferings, and it's based on ego grasping. It's completely based on no dependent arising, so it really is courageous to go past it. Do you understand? Do you understand? Change it then. Stop being guilty. That's a big one, isn't it? Guilt. We all know it well. We fall into it. We dive head first into it, and then sit in it. And this is the function of ego grasping. It's the function of the root delusion, So, and that's why it's anger. And we never give up on. Anger is like, look what you did. You're a bad person. Guilt is, look what I did. I'm a bad person. It's exactly the same as anger, and it's heartbreaking. Because we can't take responsibility. Guilt is also not taking any responsibility. Responsibility means accountability, means like saying, with sugar, just using the analogy of eating sugar, which brings diabetes. It's an analogy. It's an easy one because we get it. It's like, I'm a bad person, I ate sugar. I'm so bad I ate sugar. Every day I'm so bad I ate sugar. And you go and eat some more sugar to make you feel better. And you never change because you don't say, what can I do? I'm a bad person. I shouldn't have done it. That's what Kevin was saying. I did this, but I shouldn't have done it. If only I hadn't done it. None of that is any use whatsoever. It is impotent. We have to say, what's the action? One is it causes me suffering, and I'm sick of suffering. Two, I regret for that reason. Then I apply the antidote, and then I turn to the doctor, and then I have compassion for the person I harmed. Then I apply the antidote and purify that seed so it doesn't ripen in the future as my suffering, and then I vow not to eat sugar again. That's the process of purification. There's no karma that can't be purified. There's no action we've done that can't be fixed before it ripens. That's the whole point. So psychologically, we've got to be very clear. These steps, like Tony said, we've got to hear them carefully. Yeah. I think it's time to go home, don't you? Enough, isn't it? Huh? Isn't it? Even though it's not quite 5 o'clock yet, it doesn't matter. It's a long day. I think we should finish. We'll come back tomorrow all fresh and have more battering, more heavy duty things to think about and act upon. Hey? What? What, Anna? What? Absolutely, honey. So true, isn't it? Exactly. So process it all and think about it and just let it all go in. It'll sort itself out in the end. It'll come out clear one day. And then I'll give you some homework. I always do the same thing on a two-day course. Your homework is to, when you hit the pillow tonight, you think, if I wake up in the morning, and you'll laugh at yourself because we believe we will wake up in the morning because we all believe we're permanent and unchanging. You think, if I wake up in the morning, I'll notice I'm still alive. I'll notice my petrol tank and morality hasn't run out yet. And I will delight, and I'll leap out of bed and look forward to coming to the next and learn more about my mind and how we can change things. That's your homework. Just one little piece of homework. All right? Okay. Jang chob sem chog rinpoche ma ke panam ke guchig ke panyam pa me pa yang gong ne gong du pa ba shog ge wa din yu do dag lama sange drup gyo ne drawa chikyang malu pa de sala go pa shog. and never give up, people, and don't beat ourselves up. I beg you, have the courage to regret the dumb things we've done because you don't want the suffering habits to continue. We know we don't want those habits, but be wholesome, not beat yourself. There's a major difference, you know, because you are suffering. It's like compassion for yourself instead of this brutal beating. It's a huge difference, and it's a brave attitude. It's okay. I'm not permanent. Negativity is not intrinsic in my mind. I can change it. That's the optimism we have to have. So I regret from the depths of my heart because I'm sick of this suffering. And then you have the energy to change. It's so important. All right. Thank you. It's very kind, everyone. Thank you so much. See you all tomorrow, hopefully. And if you do die, you die with a happy mind. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.